Hello everyone. Welcome to Zenin Fanfics. Today we are featuring What If Deku and Others watches Multiverse. The story is written by JamesGrover on Wattpad. Before we start, please like and subscribe for more content. Now, let's dive into the story. Class 1A plus Eri is sitting in class with their teacher, who is sleeping like usual, when out of nowhere there's a bright flash of light and they are somewhere else entirely. All Might, Principal Nizu, Midnight, and Endeavor were in a meeting discussing what he did to the members of his household when there was a flash of light and they were in front of Class 1A. Class 1B is running through an obstacle course meant to help their maneuverability when they start disappearing one at a time without a trace until the entire class minus their teacher is in the same place as Class 1A. The wild pussycats were on their way to visit Izuku at the request of Koda when something happens and they are no longer in their car but sitting in front of Izuku. The League of No Dads, villains were consoling each other about their trauma when they appeared in front of All Might faces still full of tears. I appear in front of them with a bright flash drawing their attention to prevent the possible fight from breaking out. Hello, I am Dash. I was interrupted by a punch from Endeavor sending me flying into the screen before he realized that he didn't have flames on him anymore, removing his facial hair. I probably have broken bones from that one, but it doesn't matter. As I was saying, I am an interdimensional being, you may call me James. How could potential broken bones not matter? Mandalay questioned concerned. I'm used to pain to the point that I can ignore it completely. This got several looks of concern that I waved off. Not as used to it as Izuku Midoriya, but I don't think anybody can be as used to it as he is. This got everybody's attention on him. Now, if you'd let me finish, we can all go about our business much faster. We are here to react to the Dekuverse. The what now? Many people asked at once. I think it means that we're reacting to universes about Midobro, Kaminari said. Close, it means that without Izuku Midoriya your universes wouldn't exist. I state, gaining looks of complete shock from everybody. All Might, I'm gonna reveal your secret, but you don't have to worry, only those that already knew prior to me bringing you all here will leave with that knowledge. He let out a sigh of relief. All Might here is the only one in this room that was born quirkless. Contrary to everyone's knowledge, including Midoriya's, he was born with a quirk, but somebody in a very dark place wished for everything to be destroyed. I explained to the group, their shock increasing drastically. Their quirk was called One Wish, and as the name implies, the person only had one wish to use. They could not grant anybody else's wish, only their own. They had recently lost everything, and Midoriya sacrificed his quirk to save your universe, thus leading everybody, including himself, to believe he was born quirkless. He made this sacrifice before he was even born. So you're telling me that if not for an unborn baby, everything would have been erased? Aizawa questioned. Yes, and then I would have had to restart the universe from the very beginning. I said, sounding exhausted. I have gone ahead and removed Eri's trauma temporarily so that she may be around this many people without freaking out, so you needn't worry, Midoriya. Thank you, he said with a smile. Now I will warn you that many scenes in these universes will not be child-friendly, but they will be blurred out and bleeped, so you needn't worry about that either. I informed. I have a question. Would you like to see this Izuku Midoriya's past before we begin on the other universes, or would you rather save that for later? I asked them, getting nervous looks from 3 individuals. Regardless of your choice, it will be shown eventually. Might as well get it over with. Midoriya says, sounding worried. No consequences shall befall him for his previous actions, but they can monitor him much closer if they so choose. I tell Midoriya, and both he and Bakugo breathe a sigh of relief. I almost forgot. I clap my hands and there's another flash of light and Inko Midoriya is right in front of everybody looking startled. You needn't fear, Ms. Midoriya. You shall not be harmed here. I'm the only one who can be harmed here. So you weren't kidding about those broken bones? Principal Nizu asked. Nope, I currently have 2 broken ribs. Oh, before I forget. I snap my fingers and all knowledge of what has happened and been discussed is placed Ms. Midoriya's memory. Now that you are all caught up, let's begin. I clap my hands and everybody is seated in a cinema-style seat. Eri and Koda are both on Izuku's lap while he is in the back row, along with Bakugo not needing to really see this as they both already know what has happened. Now please turn your attention to the screen behind me. The screen opens up to the Midoriyas at the quirk doctor's office. Forget it, kid, you don't have a quirk. The doctor on screen said without hesitation. Izuku looked shattered and dropped his All Might figurine out of shock. No doctor should ever say something so inconsiderately. Ida said, doing his hand chops. Wait, if Deku-kun sacrificed his quirk to save the universe, then why does he still have it? Uraraka asked. It'll take too much more time and effort than I have to explain, so here. I snapped my fingers and everybody had the knowledge of OFA, so they understood. The video on screen fast-forwarded to the playground at school where Midoriya had just told Bakugo about his quirklessness. I guess you really are a Deku, huh? It must stand for defenseless Izuku. Bakugo said with a cruel smirk. The screen fast-forwarded again, this time to the certain day in third year. It showed the confrontation and showed Bakugo stick his head back in. You know, if you really want a quirk, there might be a way. Bakugo said with a smirk. Take a swan dive off the roof of the building and pray for a quirk in your next life. Bakugo walked off laughing. Many turned to scream at Bakugo for what he had said, but when they looked at him they saw the regret on his face plain as day and halted in their actions before turning back to the screen. We see Midoriya walking through the tunnel grumbling about what would happen if he actually took Bakugo's advice. Out of nowhere, Midoriya is captured by the slime villain. Wait, you were also attacked by the slime dude? Bakugo asked Midoriya. On screen many see All Might pop out of the manhole and spot the villain. They watch as he wastes no time punching the villain, not spotting Midoriya in the villain's grasp. All the teachers in the room turn and look at All Might with a look he couldn't discern, but he knew it wasn't good for his health. Would you like me to skip the next part and head straight to the known slime villain incident, or would you like to accept your punishment for your crime from the other teachers as soon as possible? Asked All Might. Might as well get it over with. He responded calmly, but everybody could hear the fear in his voice. I resumed the video and they all saw Midoriya grab onto All Might's pant leg just before he jumped off, trying to get his attention. They watched All Might try to push Midoriya off, but to no avail, surprising them all because of his frail and weak-looking body. You idiot! Had he not been able to hold on, you would have killed him by pushing him off. Aizawa scolded. Despite his cold attitude, he deeply cares for his students, especially this year's batch, minus Mineta. On screen they see All Might land before he deflates into his current form and explains his quirk. Can a quirkless person become a hero? Midoriya asked with a raised voice. I cannot simply say you can become a hero without power. All Might answered before walking down the stairs. It's good to dream, but make sure to be realistic, kid. Everybody saw the look of total defeat on Midoriya's face and watched him glance at the edge of the roof before he too walked down the stairs. In this next scene you'll get a glimpse inside Midoriya's thought process. I told them. The next scene showed Izuku arrive at the scene of the too well-known slime villain incident. They watch Midoriya while listening to his degrading thoughts that are heard by all except Eri and Koda, who just hear the audio of what's happening in the outside world, not needing to hear their hero think such things about himself. They see him recognize who is being held by the slime villain, though they all already knew. They heard his next thoughts about him running and not being able to stop before he settles on the path forward and starts thinking of a plan. They also see the visual image of his notebook in his mind in the bottom right corner of the screen when he finally came up with a plan, surprising both Principal Nizu and Aizawa. The screen then goes black. Do you really know what's in your notebooks by heart, Midoriya? Principal Nizu asked. No, I'm not quite that smart. Midoriya responded. Be honest, Midoriya. I say sternly. All right, fine. Yes, I do. I have an eidetic memory. He admits. Meaning that to forgive and forget is impossible for you. Kirishima says. What does the whatever mean? Kaminari asked. It means photographic memory, meaning it's impossible for Midoriya to forget anything. Yayorozu answers. Thank you, Yayorozu. I say with a small smile. Now would you like a 5-minute break before watching the first alternate universe, or are you ready for it now? I think we're ready. Ms. Midoriya answers. Okay, next question. Which category would you like to see? Vigilante, unknown hero, hero student, or additional person only seen in that universe? or experimented. There isn't a single villain universe born yet, so I can't show any of those. I ask. I would like to hear the vigilante options. All Might asks. Okay, we have two options. One is Femme Deku, or in other words Deku is a girl, or we have Abandoned Deku. I list. Abandoned Deku. Toga says before anyone else can speak up. Abandoned it is. I move out of the way just before it starts. The screen shows an angry-looking Ms. Midoriya and I pause it immediately. Before this starts I will say that this Ms. Midoriya is nothing like the one you're about to see, I say quickly, receiving a nod from everybody before I restart the video. You useless child. Ms. Midoriya screamed at a 4-year-old Midoriya. Get out, I never want to see your ugly face ever again. No wonder your father left. The video fast forwards and we see a weathered-looking Midoriya entering a building looking for any type of shelter from the storm outside when he finds a man in one of the rooms. The viewers see him jump in fear before they too spot the puddle around the man. When Midoriya gets closer, All Might recognizes who it is. Oh no! All Might said barely above a whisper, but due to how quiet the theater is, everybody heard him. FO. Everyone was now fearing for the Midoriya. How can I help you? I don't know how to treat wounds this severe. Midoriya said, rushing to help the man. You should run on home, kid, and forget you ever saw me. I'm a villain. FO said to the kind kid. You could be worse than the devil himself and I wouldn't leave you to die alone. Midoriya responds. Besides, I don't have a home to return to. Why is that? FO asks. Because I'm quirkless, so my mother kicked me out 4 years ago. Midoriya answers. Are you in any pain? No, kid, I'm not. FO says with a gentle smile. I was the #1 villain in the world. I used my quirk to do horrendous things. Maybe you can use it to do some good in the world. FO then places his hand gently upon Midoriya's head, transferring his quirk to Midoriya. What does it do? Midoriya asks, confused. It allowed me to steal, combine, and give quirks at my will, even destroy them if I chose to do so. FO says slowly. Do better than me with it. I will. Midoriya vowed. Midoriya gives AFO a hug in AFO's last seconds and sits beside him until he dies and waits for the storm to clear before dragging AFO's body into a field before using his bare hands to dig a grave for the man. How does a boy who's been abandoned have so much kindness to not abandon a villain when they are dying? Shigaraki asks, confused. Because despite their life choices or what life forced on them, they're still human and nobody deserves to die alone. Midoriya said with a sad smile, shocking the villains in the room. The video resumed only to fast forward immediately to a time that the WWP recognize all too well. Don't play that with Kota here, please. Mandalay begged. He won't have to see what you are thinking, you can relax. I would never do that to Kota despite the SERTM punch. I say, getting a sigh of relief from the WWPs and a couple chuckles from others. We see a mountain town with destruction everywhere, and then we see the water hose duo down but not dead yet. Midoriya walks up to them and heals them, angering Muscular. What did you just do, SQR? Muscular asked. Come over here and find out. Midoriya taunted. Run, kid. The heroes shouted, tiredly getting to their feet. It's all right, he can't hurt me. Midoriya said, angering Muscular, who then charged. As soon as Muscular was in range, Midoriya grabbed his face, stealing his quirk from him right in front of the hero duo. He's quirkless now. Midoriya says calmly. The only one who can do that is that unnamed vigilante who's been going around the country for 6 years. The male of the duo says in shock. I've been doing this for 6 years? It seems like just yesterday that I started. Midoriya says reminiscently. You're just a kid. Why did you choose to become a vigilante? The female of the duo asked. I can show you if you'd like. Midoriya said with a smile. I just gotta knock this dude out first. Midoriya then used an air cannon quirk and blasted the now quirkless Muscular, knocking him unconscious. Midoriya then slowly approaches the hero duo, who are now standing completely upright and steady. He held his hands out for them to take. They did so, and Izuku activated a quirk to show them his memories. He first showed the quirk doctor visit and his mother kicking him out, causing the female of the duo to cry. He then fast-forwarded to the day he met AFO in the abandoned building and the vow he made. He also showed them him digging the grave. Midoriya then continued on his travels alone, leaving a saddened male pro-hero and an enraged female pro-hero behind. The male was sad that such a young kid took on such a heavy burden, while the female was enraged at the woman who kicked him out and abandoned him. He saved them. The WWPs and Koda exclaimed in shock while everybody turned to look. At Izuku, noticing the look on his face, he was feeling like he had failed Koda. It's been a year since Midoriya saved the water hose duo, who then retired and moved in with the WWP as backup heroes for them. Midoriya is back in his hometown and is walking down the street when he hears an explosion. He then proceeds to go and see if his help is needed. When he gets there, he immediately notices the heroes doing nothing while a kid suffocates. He steps forward and uses air cannon to blast the slimes, getting the kid's head free before using a web quirk, like the original Spider-Man, to yank the kid out of the villain's grasp before using a fire-breathing quirk to boil the villain alive, knocking him out before he then puts out all the flames with a wave of his hand. The witnesses are too shocked to stop him from leaving, so he continues along with his day. About 3 blocks away from the crime scene, the victim catches up with Midoriya. "I didn't need your help, I don't owe you anything." The kid screams at Midoriya. "I'd recognize that voice anywhere." Midoriya says, "That's you, isn't it, Kaken?" Everybody is in shock at how calm and collected Midoriya is in that universe despite what the world did to him. Okay, thoughts on that universe? I ask, knowing of at least one problem I have to address before moving on. Out of nowhere, 7 balls of light fly out of Midoriya and land in front of me. Midoriya, you are the only one who can communicate with them, so I'm gonna need you to translate their answers for me. I say, getting a nod out of him. Would you like me to give you a temporary body, one that will only exist inside this room? They said no except for Nana Shimura. Midoriya answered, and one of the lights floated forward. All right then. I say before clapping my hands and collapsing, only to be caught by a woman wearing a hero costume. Thanks for the catch, that took a lot out of me. While I take a 5-minute breather, I'll let you handle what we both know needs to be done. Izuku here thinks he has failed you, Koda, because he wasn't there to spare you the pain of losing your parents. Do you think he failed you? Ms. Shimura asked. No, he wasn't there so he couldn't help. I know that if he was there, quirk or no, he would have helped them and tried his best to save them. Koda answered, surprising the WWPs cause they thought he would be angry or feel betrayed, but he was actually level-headed about it. Should we stick with the vigilante category or are we switching? I asked, getting back in the room. Additional person please. Principal Nizu requested. Okay, the circumstances of this is that there is at least one additional person that you won't see in any of the other universes. I informed them. In this one there are special ties to the Midoriyas. Like what? Ms. Midoriya asked, confused. Just watch and see. I answer vaguely. Well, based off of what you said and what the tests say, they are essentially a portable forge. As long as they know how to make it they can, but it's limited to weapons and armor. The unique thing about their quirk is that it doesn't seem to have a drawback. They are also able to reverse the process. Doctor said. My God, that is a strong quirk if utilized properly. Principal Nizu said. Did you hear that, Mom? I'm gonna be the best hero out there. The person on screen said. Oh, before we get any further, I should inform you that this is a Fem Deku universe. I said, getting a look of uneasiness from Midoriya. Everybody turned back to the screen, which had fast-forwarded a bit. When the person told everybody about their quirk, they were all really impressed. It's been about 2 weeks since that day, and Bakugo got his quirk as well, and then he turned into the most self-centered dummy anybody's ever seen. He walks around like he owns the place and uses his quirk on those he deems weak. Yo, Y/N. Fall in line with me or you're next. Bakugo ordered. Sorry, but I'm not gonna be a villain like you. I won't use my quirk to hurt innocents. They responded. They were turning to walk away. Next thing they heard was Bakugo popping off explosions while yelling, so they reached their hand out and turned the nearest fallen branch into a shield and blocked his attack. He didn't let up until the teachers came and separated him from the shield they set against the tree, while he was so set on breaking it to prove he was stronger than them. Dim, who knew that Bakugo can act like a feral animal. Siro said, getting a growl from Bakugo. Everybody gave a laugh before turning back to the screen. About 2 months ago Midoriya found out she was quirkless. As soon as Bakugo found out, he turned on Midoriya like a snake. He made Midoriya his favorite victim, so they became Midoriya's #1 protector. Practicing with their quirk and learning that they could make stone shields harder than steel, but that costs them stamina. In other words, using their quirk to simply convert material has no drawback, upgrading the strength of the materials does. Another cool thing they've learned is that they can select the color the item turns out to be. They've started to embrace the nickname they were given by the people they protect from Bakugo, who, much to his hatred, still has yet to even scratch a shield they've made. They've given them the moniker, the White Knight. Now they know most people would hate it, but they actually quite like it. Also, they've started a small workout regimen set up by their dad after they asked him to. He's the type of guy who plans ahead so much to the extreme that they wouldn't be surprised if he's already planned out wedding gifts for when they get married. Point is, he planned out their regimen till the time they'll go to UA, where a professional can give them a more suitable one. He's also already signed them up for martial arts classes and paid for them in advance. Their mom has also started teaching them how to cook, and according to her they're almost on par with her. Good, it seems that somebody out there actually understands the necessity of starting early. Endeavor shouted out. In case you're either blind or deaf, I'll spell it out for you. What you did was wrong and you will be punished for it. The kid we're watching chose this path and nobody is forcing them down it. I said, trying to hold back my anger. If I could kill you for what you've done I would, but you're needed in your world just until Midoriya graduates. Now don't go getting any bright ideas. If Midoriya dies the villains win and the world is doomed and I'll have to restart it, which is simply too much work for me. I honestly wish I could be like Aizawa and crawl in a sleeping bag and sleep all day. Wait, so the person we're watching protected that version of me? Midoriya asked. And all the others that Bakugo attacked? I answered. They all turned back to the screen. Anyway, they're right in front of the restaurant and something slams into the side of the car, killing the dad instantly, and the mom is bleeding pretty badly as well. Mom, you have to stay awake. The kid begged. They tried to get her to stay with them. I'm sorry, sweetie, but it looks like you're going to have to go on without me. Become the hero you want to be and don't let anybody corrupt your pure heart. I love you and always will, just like your dad. The mom said. I will, I swear it to you. The kid vowed. I love you both with all my heart. Please tell Dad when you see him in heaven. They kept their mom's last words in their heart as she died in their arms. Mrs. Midoriya ran up to see them holding their dead parents in their arms with tears streaming down their face. She wasted no time in pulling them into a hug. When the cops arrived, Mrs. Midoriya informed them of what happened as the kid wasn't saying a word and she saw the whole thing. It was a hero putting on a show for the public for his ranking, and the villain pulled out a trump card and the hero chose to continue showboating rather than jump into action. In the end he lost his hero license and they lost their parents. Mrs. Midoriya officially adopted them to keep them out of the orphanages and foster care system, so they went back to the kid's house and they grabbed their stuff along with a few picture albums and the training regimen their dad made for them so that his hard work won't go to waste. They also grabbed their mom's book of family's recipes. Why is it that there are so many tragic pasts for all these kids? Midnight asked. There is pain everywhere you look if you look deep enough. I stated. Honestly, looking at Midoriya, did you expect that he was attacked physically and verbally by almost everyone around him for 11 years? I see your point. There's pain everywhere, you just have to look for it. Principal Nizu said. You're just throwing it in our faces so we don't have to look for it and can't ignore it. Thoughts on the previous universe? I asked. I didn't understand it in the beginning, but as it went on I understood what was going on. Ashido said. I feel bad that poor kid had to see their parents die. Ms. Midoriya said. But I'm glad that me adopted them. I'm ashamed of the fact that pros like that actually exist in this world as well. All Might said. Which one is next? I asked. Let's do a universe where Midoriya is a hero. Hagakure exclaims while moving around erratically. Sure, Miss Hagakure, would you like me to temporarily remove your quirk so we all can see you? I asked. No thank you, I'm happy as is and giving me only a short amount of time would simply be teasing me. She answered. Alright then, this one is a special universe. I said before being interrupted. What do you mean by that? Pixie Bob asked. Could you see Aizawa as a father? I asked with a smirk while Aizawa groaned. I'll explain a few things before we start this universe, as we're not starting at the beginning of this one, we're actually starting towards the present. Midoriya here was born with the quirk shapeshifting. It gave him the ability to shift into any creature he chooses, be it real or mythical. He is a tad feminine in this universe, and for that Bakugo and the other boys including the male teachers attack him, while the male teachers instigate it and turn a blind eye. Because of this he had a fear of every male except his uncle Masaru and his stepfather Aizawa. I gave out one of Aizawa's signature smirks right at him, and it was spotted by everyone. You DMN problem child. Aizawa groaned at me. Things happened at the USJ that Shigaraki didn't like. He viewed Midoriya as a second final boss and decided to remove it. He killed Ms. Midoriya right in front of Midoriya, causing him to end up with a split in his mentality and personality. Well, actually it's Aizawa in this universe. That got a chuckle out of everybody, including the villains, despite the terrible news they received. Anyway, I'd like for you all to take a look at the screen as it's about to start. Midnight pulled Mr. Aizawa aside and around a corner just before it was her turn to start the test. What do you think you're doing to that poor kid? You're supposed to be his father. Midnight said angrily. Jiro noticed Aizawa shift his ears to hear what was going on, so she decided to listen in as well. With the way you're acting, it's like he lost both parents instead of just one. I get that you loved her, but if she's watching what you're doing to her baby boy, then you are in for one hell of a beating when you die. Midnight continues. What am I supposed to do, huh? I can't stand to see his face. He's literally an exact replica of Inko, and every time I look at him it's like he's shoving a knife right into my heart. Mr. Aizawa responded angrily. So you decided to get even by hurting him for something that's not his fault? You're acting just like those kids who used to attack you because of your quirk. Midnight said. Midnight then goes back into the observation room and spots the tears in Aizawa's eyes and the ears on his head, and immediately knows that he heard every word they said. She's shocked and is about to go towards Izuku, but it's time for her round, so she has to leave. Is this the final exams? All Might asked. It is, and Shigaraki, All Might isn't the final boss. He's a mid-level boss. Midoriya is the final boss. The type that grows in strength with you, meaning that the stronger you get, the stronger he gets. I say, knowing he'd understand. For those that have a grudge against All Might, you should watch closely. By the time Midnight's round is over and she gets back, Aizawa is nowhere to be found. He's on a bus heading towards his round with All Might. When the round starts, the first thing All Might does is throw a punch using wind pressure to destroy all the buildings, and Izuku walks right down the middle of the destroyed fake city towards All Might. Thank you. Aizawa says. Why are you, a hero, thanking me, a villain? All Might asked. You destroyed every building in the city with that punch, meaning that there's no need for me to try to minimize property damage, so I can go all out. Aizawa explained. Everybody is watching and listening to everything, and they don't like how Aizawa is sounding. He sounds almost like a robot with his lack of emotion. They see him start to shift and they see his werewolf form, but after he's in his werewolf form something else happens. Armor starts to form around him, increasing his defense, and he gets in a stance before he's all of a sudden right in front of All Might, throwing a direct jab, sending All Might flying. Before All Might gets back up, all of a sudden Izuku is in front of him and placing quirk-canceling cuffs on him. All Might then passes out. Exam over. Izuku Aizawa has passed the exam. The computer announced. Did he just beat All Might with one punch? Bakugo asked. And where am I? Speaking of the attendees, why am I there? Kendo asked. Same. Shinso said. Where did I go? Why am I not in Budash? I took away his mouth. There are children present, so I suggest you shut your mouth. I say with anger in my voice. People like you should be made eunuchs. What's a eunuch? Ida asked. A castrated male, something practiced way back in the past. I answered, and every guy in the room cringed. And to answer all of your questions, Mineta, you were arrested for attempted RP. Bakugo, you were arrested for attempted murder. In this universe you're a lot worse. As for Shinso and Kendo, You replaced those two. Interesting. Principal Nizu stated simply. Why was Jiro so close to him? Ishido asked. It's not what you think, Ishido. After Mrs. Aizawa's death and Mr. Aizawa abandoning him, both Yaoyorozu and Jiro took up parental roles for him. In this universe, Yaoyorozu and Jiro are dating. I said at first, getting a disappointed look on her face before it morphed into excitement. I want to know Yaoyorozu and Jiro's thoughts on that universe. I comment. Both are frozen and I'm not sure the reason. Notice the sarcasm. Give them a minute, cause I think you just exposed some unspoken feelings. Ishido said with a smirk. I thought you were a Kamihiro shipper? I questioned, confused. Oh, I was, but I like this ship better. She commented. Just you wait. I'll be showing a couple Izuminas as well, eventually. I comment, getting a light blush out of her. Anyways, it's time to move on to the next one. I have a question. Hagakure stated. What is your favorite ship? For your multiverse it is Izukio. I state, thankful that Jiro is still frozen and Midoriya is out cold. I snap my fingers, fixing everybody but placing Yaoyorozu and Jiro next to each other. Do you have one where Midoriya is neither hero nor villain? Nizu asked out of curiosity. I do, in fact. This next one is another one where Ms. Midoriya isn't so kind, and I believe it's for the best that things went this way, as it kept Shadow Monarch from becoming a villain. With the villains having this quirk on their side, they would be unstoppable. Let's say that they succeed in killing an adult Koda, then they would be able to take Koda and make his quirk 10 times stronger and boom, instant anti-endeavor. I state before turning on the screen. Izuku here has quite the powerful quirk, doesn't she? It allows her to take the shadows of the dead and keep them as her own personal army. I've put it into the system as Shadow Monarch. The doctor says, and was about to explain more, but Inko got up, grabbing Izuku's arm and dragged her out to the car. I should have gotten rid of you back when you were born. You were a freak back then, but I could handle that. Now you're a villainous freak. Inko ranted, not caring how her daughter felt. A clarification, she doesn't take their souls, just their shadows. The soul can choose to stick with the shadow or not. She has no control over that. I say, removing the looks of fear from their eyes. Honestly, you guys were acting just as bad as that, Ms. Midoriya. Inko stopped the car as close to the forest as possible before getting out and dragging Izuku out of the car as well, heading into the woods. After about 20 minutes of quickly dragging her daughter into the woods, Inko all of a sudden stopped. Now stay here, you villainous freak. Nobody likes you or wants to see you ever again. Inko says cruelly before heading back to her car at a faster pace than she entered the forest at. Izuku broke down and was crying for a long time before she heard a gunshot and a bunch of whining. Izuku, with her heart of a hero, headed towards the whining and spotted a mama wolf with her pup and poachers approaching with their flashlights. Izuku, out of instinct, approached the wolf with tears in her eyes, seeing the wolf dying and in pain along with its crying child beside it. Somebody stop them. Koda cried out. Where is it? One of the poachers asked. I don't know, but we need that pup for the money it'd bring on the black market. The other responded. In that moment the mama wolf died and Izuku subconsciously used her quirk to create her first shadow soldier. The mother wolf retained her mind as a result of Izuku not consciously making her a soldier. The wolf then attacked the poachers, killing them before coming over to the pup and Izuku and licking both of their faces. Izuku then approached the dead bodies of the poachers and choosing to make them part of her army and taking away their conscious minds, then storing them away. Izuku then followed the wolf and her pup back to their den, where Izuku was brought in and cared for by the mother wolf alongside the pup. There is a small time skip here. I point out. As time went on, a few wolves challenged the mama wolf, now named Lupa, and soon regretted it when they fell by her claws and teeth, and Izuku made them into soldiers with Lupa as general or alpha of the wolves. Soon other animals fell to Lupa to become food for Izuku and Lua, the pup, like deer or birds, and they too were brought into the small army of shadows. Izuku always let the first one keep half of their minds so they could order the others. Those allowed to keep half of their minds gain the ability to talk, to relay information or whatever necessary to Izuku. Lupa was a different case. She not only retained her free will, though if Izuku really dared to try she could order Lupa around as well, though Izuku doesn't dare, but also her emotions and gain the ability to talk. Soon a bear tried to attack Izuku and Lua, and that didn't really work out for it. Lupa and the other wolves in the army took down the bear quite easily, and it was soon indoctrinated into the ever-growing army. Other animals continued to challenge Izuku for her new title as ruler of the forest, and all fell to her mother and her mother's pack. It seems as though that Izuku is a girl who was born with what people would view as a villainous quirk. Nisa says. Though, what was that Ms. Midoriya referring to when she called her daughter a freak? That Izuku was born intersex. I state answering the question. About 2 years after Izuku was first dropped in the forest, the few birds in Izuku's army that he has out as lookouts spotted another mother dropping off their child deep in the forest and reported it to the leader of the bird portion, Ala, who then informed Izuku. Izuku, not liking that it was happening to another child, took off immediately using the speed and skills taught to her by Lupa so that she could defend herself. Izuku's body had slightly adapted to make her better suited to living in the forest. As such, she has sharper canines for eating the meat, better senses, reflexes, strength, stamina, and speed, all to keep her safe. She also lost her bright emerald green hair and eyes, which turned black to suit her in stealth. Izuku found the girl crying to herself in the same exact spot where Inko had left her 2 years prior. Izuku slowly approached to not startle the girl. "Are you okay?" Izuku asked tentatively. "My mommy says I'm a villain because of my quirk, so she left me here to die." The blonde girl said, crying. "What's your favorite animal you could find in a forest like this one?" Izuku asked, hoping for a way to stop her crying. "Snakes." The blonde girl replied. Izuku didn't have any snakes and immediately summoned one of the wolves. "Go kill a snake and bring me its body," Izuku ordered, and the wolf ran off. About 5 minutes later, the wolf approached with a 3-foot-long snake, and Izuku set to work on taking its shadow while allowing it to keep half its mind as the leader of the new snake faction of the ever-growing army. Izuku decided to let the blonde girl name the snake. Izuku then summoned the snake. "Here, I'll let you name it," Izuku said with a small smile to the girl in the same situation as her, handing her the snake, which got a smile out of the blonde girl. "I'll name him Fluffy the Snake," she said. "What's your name?" Izuku asked. "I'm Himiko, but call me something easier." "What's your name?" Himiko asked. "I'm Izuku, I'm in the same boat as you. My mother left me here immediately after I got my quirk." Izuku answered. "Can I call you Miko?" "That's adorable," Midnight said. "It's illegal, that villain should be arrested." Endeavor shouted. "Technically speaking, you're also a villain, just not one the public knows about." I state, getting a look of shock from everybody. "That is not how you talk to the #1 hero. Apologize immediately," Ida ordered. "Are you gonna apologize to Stain for trying to kill him?" I asked, shutting him up. "Todoroki, may I show everybody your past?" "Go ahead, I don't care," he responded, saying you can't, and that's an order. Endeavor shouted. I snapped my fingers, doing a few things, one being shifting the rules of this interdimensional space so that Endeavor can be hurt while making it so he can't die here. And another, changing Tuya Todoroki's appearance back to how he looked before becoming Dabi by changing his hair back to white and removing his scars. The final thing bringing the remaining 3 members of the Todoroki family here. "Tuya Todoroki, would you like to roast him, seeing as now he's the only one that can be hurt here instead of me now? Don't worry, heroes, he can't die. He'll just feel like he is, and maybe that'll shut him up. Tuya is dead." Fuyumi Todoroki screamed at me with tears in her eyes. "I am sorry to upset you, but you should know that your brother is alive. He faked his own death to get away from the abuse your father was putting him through." I tell her softly, "Just look over there." She does and gasps in shock. "Tuya? Is that really you?" she asked, getting her siblings' attention along with her mother's. I took a nap while the family reunited, and I'm pretty sure everybody else did the same to give them what privacy they could get in this one-room dimension. I'm awoken by screaming and was about to yell at whoever was screaming until I noticed who it was. "Just let me die," Endeavor screamed. "Eldest Todoroki child, that is enough. We have to get to this last universe, and then you can do that in the real world soon enough," I say, getting everybody's attention on me. This will be the last one I'll show you in this sitting, so someone choose a category, and if there is more than one in that category, someone else can pick. Are there any villain universes? Shigaraki asked, wanting to see Midoriya as a villain. There are, but I didn't make any of them and as such have no right to show you them. I respond. How about another vigilante one? Toga asked. Sure, though I've only got one of them and it's actually currently my favorite one. I tell them. Go back a bit. Are you telling me that these universes you are showing us you created? All Might asked. Darn, I was hoping to sneak that by you a bit longer. I say before answering his question. Yes, I'm the one who created these universes. So you're the one who made Showa Dad. Midnight stated. Awesome. Yes, and in this one I made him Uncle Zawa. I state, getting a laugh from most everybody except Endeavor, who is still crying from the pain. This one is a female Deku and a soulmate universe. What does that mean? Kaminari asked. It means that since the beginning of that universe people were given soul marks somewhere on their body when they turned 4. Meaning that soul marks predate quirks, so a quirk isn't required to have one. I explain. Now most people think that it takes away free will, but it doesn't. You have the choice to reject your soulmate if you want to. Another thing, it doesn't pair you with the perfect match for you, it finds a great match, and it is up to each partner to work to become the perfect match for their partner. What makes this your favorite? Yaoyorozu asked. Mina can guess. I state simply. But I will ask that you not tell anyone. I turn the screen on. Izuku has lived her entire life in the orphanage with the other kids. She helps out the caretakers whenever possible and makes sure the other kids are happy and healthy even though she is one of the youngest in the orphanage. It's her nature to put herself last. She's turning 4 soon, she doesn't know her exact birthday and neither does anybody else, but she doesn't care about that, she's just happy to help others. Anyway, she woke up today and her head, tongue, but felt weird for some odd reason. She went to rub her head but felt something on her head. It was cat ears, and when she looked in the broken mirror in her bathroom she saw a green and black striped tail and green and black ears. She was so excited she had her quirk. She ran downstairs and right to the head caretaker of the orphanage, the one that named her Izuku. The head caretaker spotted the excited look on her face, then spotted the ears, whiskers, and tail. She's adorable. Midnight commented. Oh my god, you are adorable. They squealed, the high pitch hurting Izuku's ears. I'm sorry, I didn't mean to hurt you. Izuku ignored the ringing in her ears in favor of hugging the saddened caretaker. After she cheered up the head caretaker, she went about her day as normal, helping wherever she could, though today she was getting looks of disgust from some of the older kids for some reason. Midoriya really is too kind for this world. Nizu stated. Who let an animal in the building? One questioned with a sneer while the others snickered. This was the start of her bullying. It's been 6 years since she got her quirk. It took a couple months for things to get worse than the rude comments from a distance, but it soon turned to her receiving cat food on her pillow, that turned to the bigger ones picking her up and tossing her, saying cats always landed on their feet. While that seemed to be true, it didn't lessen the emotional pain caused by the people she helped take care of. That soon became beatings, which were caught by the caretakers, who stopped them immediately and treated her injuries. The caretakers all elected to use a portion of their savings to pay for martial arts lessons for Izuku. It would be so that she could take care of herself and to repay her for making their jobs a lot easier without asking for anything in return. At first Izuku refused, but when they kept insisting and then said that they already paid and there were no refunds allowed, she relented as to not let their generosity and money go to waste. As the lessons went on, Izuku got better at avoiding being trapped in a corner by the older kids. When this happened, she'd hear them make comments about cutting off her cat features. She also was studying way above the level of anybody she knew. She was learning about electronics, how to build and repair them along with coding and whatnot. Is Deku smart no matter what universe he's in? Bakugo asked. Yes, is my simple answer. Or I at least have yet to find one where he isn't. She's now 10 and she's been cornered for the first time in years. Things weren't looking too good for her. Get away from me, Izuku said with confidence. What have we been telling you for years, or do you also have the memory of a cat? The ringleader asked. Animals aren't supposed to talk and they can't be heroes, Now we're gonna have to punish you much harder than before and maybe you won't forget this time round. The ringleader gave the signal and the two biggest of the group grabbed her arms and held her in place while the others started punching and kicking until the ringleader told the others to back off but the two to keep holding her. He grabbed his pocket knife out of his pocket and went forward and grabbed her jaw. He opened her mouth and grabbed her tongue. Animals don't talk and you best remember that. Then he took his pocket knife and cut out her tongue. Well, I guess you won't have any issue with that rule now. At that moment the caretakers got back from their trip to the store and caught the group red-handed. Knowing there was no escape, the leader decided that if they were going down he'd take Izuku with him and stabbed her in the stomach with his knife. The caretakers were able to pin down the kids about 2 seconds after that but Izuku passed out due to shock and BLD. The police arrived shortly after, tailed by an ambulance. When they arrived they found the caretakers trying to stop Izuku's bleeding and the attackers tied up. The head caretaker approached the police and informed them of what happened that they saw and then proceeded to inform the EMTs of her injuries as best he could with little to no medical knowledge. Everybody in the audience except Endeavor was crying for what that Izuku was going through, though he looked quite close to it, or it could still be from the pain. The police grabbed the kids while the EMTs set to work on Izuku. "Oh my God," a nurse said in shock. What is it?" the other questioned. "They cut her tongue out," the first stated, still in shock. This got several gasps from the caretakers and the other kids who had come out of hiding. The EMTs rushed her into the ambulance before taking off at high speeds to get to the hospital so she didn't bleed out and to make sure there wasn't any internal damage. When they got there they immediately got her into an operating room and stitched up the stab wound before taking a look at the tongue, or lack thereof. It seemed to have stopped bleeding, so they left it alone after cleaning out any possible bacteria. They sent her to a room on the first floor as she was still out cold. The screen goes black. "We need to know if she's okay. Show us more." Everybody but Endeavor demanded. "You shall see more at a later date, and next time I won't bring the children unless they're in the vehicle with you," I state, motioning to the sleeping children who've been sleeping for the past 3 universes, meaning they didn't see anything too bad. They just know that not many versions of Midoriya have a good past, if any. I snap my fingers and send them back before heading to bed in the newly added bedroom. It's been about 3 weeks since I had them here watching universes, so I've decided to bring them back. "Not this place again," Endeavor shouted in fear and anger. "I'm pretty sure Dobby is up for a second round, and I'm such a poor host that I might not see it happening in time to stop it," I said in a mocking tone. "No, please. Anything but that," he begged. "What will happen to the kids?" Deku asked, worried. "You needn't fear for them. I've put them to sleep so they won't notice your absence," I tell him. "Shigaraki asked for something last time and I'm here to deliver." "Wait, you created a villain Deku universe?" All Might asked, and all the other heroes and students looked worried. "Yes, and I feel really bad about what will happen to you guys in it, but I will love seeing your despair play out," I say with an evil smirk. "Are you meant to be an evil god or something?" Deku asked fearfully. "No, my universes typically focus on recovery from trauma and other things like that," I admit thoughtfully. "I take a character from one universe and make a copy and mold the copy however I feel is necessary for a certain universe, and then mold the others of that universe to act accordingly to that character's actions. Does that make sense?" "I think I understand it." Niza says. "You're not evil or dark, just hurting. Like most of the villains here," I point out. "They were hurt by society or their family to the point where they just wanted the pain, fear, loneliness, or whatever other negative things they were feeling to stop. That may be true, but in order for their pain to stop they caused that same pain to others," Nizu argued. "I'm not excusing their behavior and neither am I in control of their behavior," I say with a sigh. "But what I am saying is that instead of treating them like a disease on a person, you should treat them like a person with a disease and cure that disease. Heal them instead of hurting them. Can we please see Aizu as a villain already?" Toga asked impatiently. "I'm sorry for talking about you guys like you weren't here." I apologized to them. "And sure, but is there anything you guys would like to add to the previous conversation?" "Nope, I think we're good," Dobby said. Though I will say thank you for defending us and painting us humans. I just paint what I see. I say before turning the screen on. Izuku is wearing the old shinobi clothes that he found in that old destroyed village since his old clothes were so ripped and tattered that a TV show would have put a censor bar over his entire body. Everybody he comes across is staring at him and he finally got fed up with it and decided to do something about it. OMG, that is so hilarious. Mina shouted. Who knew that a villain could be so harmless? He even simply slapped the cops. Denki said, clutching his stomach from laughing so hard. Stop right there or we'll be forced to stop you by any means necessary. A random hero said. Izuku walked up to them calmly. Are you heroes or something? Izuku asked mockingly. Yeah, ranks 15 and 20. The other replied surprised. Will somebody inform the Hero Association that they'll be needing a new rank 15 and 20? Izuku said with a smirk hidden by his mask. Many people screamed when he ripped their hearts out of their chests. Forget what I said about harmless. Denki shouted in fear. I love it so much, BLD. Toga shouted excitedly. You should know that anybody I mold is never harmless but quite the opposite by now. I comment. Yes, they are cute, hot, awesome, or adorable as well, but they are never harmless. Now that is taken care of, it's time to find somewhere to live before sending a message to the heroes. Izuku thought aloud now that he's alone since the people ran away in terror. I'm pretty sure he already sent a message. Denki said, fear clear in his voice. If sending a message is what you wish to do, then join us and we'll make sure it gets through. A dude with light blue hair said. Shigaraki seems less like a man-child here. Nizu comments. Oh, in this universe that trait is all an act. I say. You'll more than likely find out why later. I'll go with you so that we're not out in the open while you are talking me into joining you. Izuku said, gesturing for him to lead the way. He walked into an alley where a purple warp opened up and they walked through. On the other side he saw they were inside of a rundown bar with a high-tech TV hung on the wall reading sound only. Quite the quaint little place you got here. Izuku commented. Thank you, we try our best. The blue-haired dude said. Now, what's your pitch? I asked, getting down to business. You know, what are you gonna offer to get me to join your cause and all that? How is he so calm while talking about something like that? Aizawa asked. Because he already planned for this to happen. I said. He displayed a tiny bit of his power by ripping out a couple heroes' hearts to show them he had strength. I can offer you a quirk. The person on the TV said. No thank you, what I have is much stronger than anything you could or would give me. Izuku said, waving it off. And what power might that be? Nizu asked. And what might that be? He asked. Izuku did the shadow clone jutsu and made the 20 of them all do a different jutsu while he activated the eternal Manjikyu Sharingan, the curse mark, and the reverse seal. And then he poked the ground, shattering it. Holy SHT! Bakugo shouted in surprise. How did he do that? He just poked the ground. Now imagine getting punched with this amount of force. Izuku said to the shocked trio. Like I said, I have something better than anyone could offer, and it's not a quirk, so you can't steal it AFO. That kind of power without a quirk? Most everybody asked. Impossible. Endeavor shouted. How do you know me? He asked, surprised and impressed. I've done my research on the strongest villains out there and those also aiming to kill All Might. Izuku said. I came across this little group in my research and simply followed the trail right back to you. Wow, we are extremely stupid. Most pro heroes said. It was that easy? He asked, surprised. You didn't really cover your tracks or paper trail. Izuku said. Don't worry, I did both for you. That's the only reason you haven't already been caught by the pros yet. Did we cover our tracks in this universe or no? Defo asked. I don't believe we did, Emissar. Kurojairi answered. We have yet to even start to discuss a partnership and we are already in your debt, it appears. Defo said. Very well, what is it you wish for so we can balance out and be on even terms before discussing a partnership? Not much, just your word that you'll never betray me and you'll at least consider my advice. Izuku said calmly. He has a free favor from the most powerful man in the universe and all he wants is a promise? Defoe asked. Second most powerful, you mean? He is stronger than that version of you by a long shot and that version of you is stronger than you by a wide mile. I comment. And yes, he's been betrayed before and he simply wishes that he doesn't have to worry about that outcome happening again. I offer you a free favor and all you ask is for my word of trust? Yes, most would have asked for money, power, literally anything big and grand. I asked for you to consider my advice and having the number one villain considering advice from little old me bumps my ranking in the villain world quite a bit. Izuku pointed out. Plus, anything of that sort I could simply take from people, be it money or anything material. I mean he's not wrong. Defoe said. Yes, it seems that version of young Midoriya is a lot stronger than anybody else in the world. Nizu agreed. It is true that you have the power to do so and it is true that what you asked would raise you up in the amount of power you have in the villain's eyes. AFO ponders. Very well, you have yourself a deal. I swear that neither the League of Villains nor I shall betray you and should you give me advice I'll at least give it some thought before making a decision on whether to follow it or not. Now, for the partnership. I start. Would you like to hear my plan first or would you like to start? He moves on quickly, after getting that kind of promise that easily I would have paused for a second to make sure it was real. Dabi said surprised. We hit them hard and fast and be done with it in one blow. Shigaraki says. Do you want to be taken as a joke in the eyes of, well, everybody? I ask. That's a military tactic, not a villain tactic. As a villain you gotta destroy their hearts as well as their bodies. Goddamn is he terrifying as a villain. Most all heroes and students said while the villains laughed. I take it you have a better plan? FO asked curiously. I do. I state. Oh, come on. I wanted to hear what his plan is. Hagakure shouted with a lot of people silently agreeing. I should probably warn you about this one. I say. What about it requires warning? All Might asked worried. A few things like Bakugo is nice to Midoriya. I say with a smirk. But for real, the beginning is very dark and it might make people want to kill somebody, or possibly me. What's the worst thing about it? Midnight asked. A scientist. I say and Nizu tenses. He went insane and targeted Izuku for her quirk. I say. He experimented on Izuku, who is a girl in this universe, to achieve his childhood dream. I continue. How long was he experimenting on her for? Nizu asked. Since she was 8, she was rescued at the age of 14. I told him solemnly. Ms. Midoriya was killed the same day to take pressure off of the rescue of Izuku, since even if she was rescued she wouldn't have anywhere to go. I continue. This is one of the most disturbing universes I've ever created. 2 years made me the way I am today, so how bad is it for her? He asked completely serious. Broken. I state plainly. She only lets her wall down around one person for the moment and you'll see who and why when watching the universe. I say, but I'll tell you who the second person is. Momo Yaoyorozu. Why me? She asked confused and surprised. You'll find out if we see more parts of it. I say before moving out of the way and turning on the screen. Izuku had a good life, she was treated nice by everybody, even Bakugo, who was known for being mean, was nice to her since he saw her as a little sister to be protected. That is until she turned 8 and villains showed up at their school and Izuku sacrificed herself to protect him, or that's what he thought because he was unaware of the fact that they were after her the whole time. A doctor went crazy and decided that her quirk was perfect for realizing his dream. You already told us about this. Bakugo said bored. Wait, I see Deku as a little sibling to me in that universe? Yes you do, if you were paying attention you'd have realized that much sooner. I patronize. It's been 6 years since then and now Izuku is more machine than human but still retained her head and heart as human. The doctor had done several painful surgeries on her while she was awake and strapped down, not caring that it was damaging her mentally. During my experiments at least the scientists put me to sleep, he's doing this to her with her wide awake. Nizu screamed in rage, scaring everybody. You'll enjoy what happens to him. I say, calming Nizu down a slight amount. Because of the trauma she was dealt, she was slowly forgetting everything about herself, and now she only remembers one thing: her first name. The doctor forced her to train her quirk, and the noise caused by her shifting forms from human to vehicle to transformer is what drew the attention of the heroes in the first place. It's good that the heroes are being drawn to her, Uraraka says, trying to look on the bright side. The only reason Izuku hasn't escaped is that the doctor uses an EMP to stop her electrical parts from working if he thinks she's going to try something, or if he feels he'll get some joy from the scream of pain that having her body shut down on her rips from her throat. He tortures her as well. Nizu screamed, his rage returning tenfold. Tonight was one of those nights, and unbeknownst to either the doctor, his goons, or her, there was a team of heroes out there that heard her scream of pain. The doctor decided that he didn't want to leave her on the ground and didn't feel like dragging her to her room, so he simply used the chains attached to the ceiling to chain her up so she was hanging off the ground. You'd better be right about me enjoying what happens to him, Nizu threatens. The pro-heroes waited until nighttime when they snuck in. The team consisted of Midnight, Aizawa, Nizu, Recover Girl, who was added because of the scream of pain, and Mirko. They would have brought Present Mike, but he isn't meant for stealth-based missions. I'm really not? Present Mike screamed out questioningly. You're really not? I said. They crept in, taking out the security as they went, until there was two paths and Midnight separated from the group, taking one route while the others went the other way, towards where they heard the rowdy commotion of the off-duty guards. Why is she going alone? Isn't that reckless and dangerous? Aizawa asked. It's more than likely because of the noise coming from the other path signaling multiple hostiles. Nizu ponders aloud. Midnight continued on her path until she came to a door that she knew would make noise to open, so she waited for the fight to begin before she opened the door. Smart move, Aizawa commented. Thanks, Sho, Midnight said back with a smile while Aizawa rolled his eyes. When she did so, she heard the whimper of fear coming from inside, and when she took a look, she grew in unsettling rage when she spotted the chained-up girl. Midnight quickly set to undoing the chains, and the girl clung to her, sobbing onto her shoulder. So, I'm the person she lets her wall down around because I'm the one who found her? Midnight says questioningly. Yes, she doesn't trust people and puts up a front around anyone but you, I say to her. Midnight hugged the girl tight, whispering soothing words into her ear, calming Izuku down. Izuku looked up in time to see the doctor pointing a taser at Midnight's back and spun them around, taking the taser straight to her back to protect Midnight. Why would she do that? Midnight shouted, already feeling a connection to the girl. Because she knew that he could shut her down remotely and win, but he couldn't do that with you without the taser, so when he shot her she fried it. I explained. Plus, she just wanted to protect you. The taste sent spasms rocking through Izuku's body while Midnight looked up and spotted the doctor holding the taser. The doctor's screams of fear could be heard throughout the building, causing the other heroes to question what was going on. You were right. I do quite enjoy what happens to him, Nizu said, sounding pleased. But it does not appease me with the fact that he tortured that poor girl and experimented on her, he says with a growl. Midnight, what is happening on your end? Nizu asked. I'm dealing with a monster who needs to be taught a lesson about harming little girls, Midnight said with the rage clear in her voice, causing a shiver to run down all of their spines and them to ignore the screams. I'm heading out of the building. I've got the mad scientist along with the victim with me, Midnight said after the screams stopped. We're on our way, Nizu said with a smile. Midnight-sensei is terrifying, all of the students said in sync, including the big three. When they got outside, they saw the girl in Midnight's arms while the doctor was tied up with Midnight's WHP. As soon as Midnight spotted them, she started walking towards the vehicles, where she threw the doctor in the back of a cop car before walking towards the ambulance to lay the girl on the gurney. She's being so gentle with her, it's surprising, Present Mike said. Bring my WHP by UA after you get him in a cell, Midnight says, dropping her usual act, surprising everybody. I'll be riding with her. She hopped into the ambulance after Izuku was loaded up. The ride to the hospital didn't take long, and Midnight held Izuku's hand while waiting for information from the doctor's tests. It seems that Midnight already cares deeply for that Izuku, Nizu said. I have a boatload of bad news and a drop of good news, the doctor says, coming into the room. What's the bad news? Midnight asks, turning her attention to the doctor. Despite what she looks like, her quirk has nothing to do with her appearance. Her quirk simply lets her control electronics. The doctor starts, meaning that the cyborg body was all done by the scientist that kidnapped her. The only parts of her that are still human is her heart and her head and brain. That poor girl. Mandalay said, sympathy and possibly pity clear in her voice. I take it that's not all the bad news judging by your face. Midnight says, the sadness obvious in her voice about what the girl went through. No, it appears that her mother was killed the same day she was abducted. She has no other relatives that she could go to, which means she'll go to an orphanage as soon as she's cleared. The doctor says sadly. And the drop of good news? Midnight asks, hopeful. As the hero that rescued her, you can adopt her if you choose to. The doctor says with a sad smile, holding out the paperwork, which Midnight takes and signs right away. That takes care of that. As soon as she wakes up, you are clear to take her home. No hesitation. Denki comments. Well duh, it's quite clear that Midnight Sensei cares for that Midori, so when it was said that Midori had nowhere to go because of those circumstances, she was already formulating a way to get custody of Midori. Mina explained. Correct. I said with a small smile. You may not be the brightest academically, but you do know how to read people's emotions and predict their actions. Through that, you'll be a great hero, Pinky. The doctor left with the paperwork in hand to file it so that it is all official. It took almost 6 hours for Izuku to wake up, meaning it was near 6 in the morning, and she woke up to someone holding her hand, which she is not used to but felt nice. It's pretty sad that Deku-kun isn't used to friendly contact. Uraraka commented. Neither was this universe's when you first met him. I said. You were the first friendly contact he'd had aside from his mother and All Might, though the beginning of their meeting wasn't that friendly. This got a lot of people to look at Deku with pity and sympathy, including most of the villains. Bakugo looked down in shame while Endeavor and AFO couldn't care less. Good morning. Midnight says. Hi, who are you? Izuku asks, confused. I was expecting her voice to sound robotic or something not normal. Zero commented, sounding a little disappointed. I'm the pro-hero Midnight. What's your name? Midnight asks. Izuku. I don't remember my last name though. Izuku says, looking down. It was the doctor that caused this. How did he cause you to lose your memories? Midnight asked curiously. I feel bad for that, me learning exactly what happened to that sweet girl. Midnight said sadly. Something like that should never have happened in the first place. He did the surgeries on my body while I was wide awake and strapped to the table. It was the trauma that wiped my life from before I was 8 from my mind. Izuku says with a shiver of fear, so Midnight pulled her into a gentle hug, yet another strange and uncommon occurrence for Izuku. I'm sorry we didn't find you sooner. Midnight says, shedding a tear. It's not your fault, I should have tried harder to escape. Izuku says in an attempt to console the hero. Fun fact, this Izuku would say the exact same thing in that situation. I say, getting looks of shock from everyone. He will more than likely always prioritize everyone else's happiness above even his own life. That's not very healthy. Nizu comments. And it's not by his conscious choice either. I reply. That's just the way he was born. Let's just be glad he doesn't have empathic abilities or he'd never be able to sleep. Since you have no living relatives, I decided to adopt you. Midnight says out of the blue. We can leave whenever you are ready. Now, before anyone hates on her for that line. She was unsure of what to do, as she'd never been comforted by a victim before, as they've either just thanked her and moved on or lusted over her. I told them, noticing some turning their heads towards her. Midnight bowed her head, trying to ease the shame. Deku spotted this and it reminded him of his middle school days. He got up and walked over to Midnight and pulled her into a hug silently, surprising everybody there. You have no reason to feel ashamed, it's those that viewed you like that who should feel ashamed. Deku says clearly and without stuttering. You are a strong woman with a kind heart and soul who is appealing inside and out. Thank you, Midoriya. Midnight said, breaking the hug. Deku went back to his seat among the still in shock Deku squad, ignoring everybody's stares. Izuku got up and waited patiently for Midnight to get up and lead the way. The first thing Midnight noticed as soon as they passed out into public was that Izuku's whole demeanor changed from that of a human to that of a robotic bodyguard. Midnight led the way to her car that Eraserhead dropped off before heading home via rooftops. I see what you were talking about with the whole wall metaphor. Present Mike said. She's literally walling off her emotions. She's doing that because it would overwhelm her. I explained. The emotions of anxiety from being around others would suffocate her to the point of a major panic attack that could be potentially life-threatening, especially since all that stress would go straight to her heart and brain. Would you all like to take a minute before the next one, or are you good to go? It has to be unanimous or we'll take a short break. I asked gently. That last one was painful to see. Nizu said, clearly remembering his early days. And I am sorry for the pain that has caused you. You are one of the few I never want to cause pain to. I said, bowing my head. It's my own fault. You warned us about the experimentation beforehand, so it's my fault for staying and watching. He says genuinely. Are you okay over there, Midoriya? You've been awfully quiet. I asked concerned. Would you like a break? All I got in response was a short nod in affirmation. I snapped my fingers and food and beverages were on a long table on the stage. I walked off to a room on the side to wait a little while. When I came back, everybody was either comforting Midoriya or each other, excluding a few people. Is everybody ready? I asked loudly to be able to be heard over the individual conversations and whatnot. Yes, we're ready to continue. Ms. Midoriya said calmly. This one will cause emotional pain to several and it will enrage multiple others. I warn. Some will experience both. On a scale of 1 to 10, how bad is it? Midnight asked. It ranges from a 5 to a 10, possibly higher. I said nervously. The heroes nodded and I got out of the way of the screen. In this one, Midoriya has an older sister who was best friends with Midnight before something bad happened. I informed them before pressing play. Izumi's POV. Today Eri was able to escape momentarily but was caught. They were going to punish her until I took the punishment for her. So she's stuck with Overhaul? Aizawa questioned, but I didn't respond. They decided that since it wasn't a little girl they were punishing, they could have some fun, instead of just beating on me since I had gone through the graduation ceremony at the Red Room. They threw me into the room that me and Eri share bare since they just ripped my clothes off, stating that it would be too troublesome to take them off normally. Eri ran up to me sobbing, so I pulled her into a hug before scooting into a corner. We stayed there both crying in each other's comfort until we both passed out. We were awoken by Overhaul entering the room loudly before he spotted me and exited the room before re-entering with my Black Widow outfit and throwing it at me. He took his glove off and placed his hand on the ground. I'll kill them. Most women shouted in rage at what has happened to Izumi. Either get dressed in that or Eri dies. He said, and I quickly complied. Good girl. Now, follow us quietly and Eri won't be harmed. I followed them compliantly since Overhaul was carrying a terrified Eri who kept looking back at me for me to smile, gently reassuring her that everything would be okay. We got to a big room before one of the heroes caught up to us. Black Widow, kill him. He ordered, but I didn't move. Kill him or I'll kill your daughter. Wait, Eri is her daughter? Midoriya asked. Yes, adopted daughter, but her daughter nonetheless. I say, because of something that a former organization did to her, Izumi can't have biological kids. I moved immediately, catching the dude off guard and punching him in the face and knocking him into the wall. I went for another punch only for my fist to go straight through him and hit the concrete wall, shattering it, surprising the people on the other side of the wall. I jumped back and was hit in the back by Chrono's quirk, speeding me up a bit, so I dove forward and nailed the black-haired dude in the face and he punched back. Diamin, she even caught Mirio-senpai off guard. Class 1A said, shocked. I'm sorry, I have no choice. I said to him before punching the dude with green and yellow hair. Sir got socked quite hard. Mirio said, cringing at the sound of the hit. I was fighting all four heroes simultaneously, holding them off while Overhaul stood there and watched. He could tell I was holding back and he didn't like that. Wait, she's fighting four heroes at once and is holding back while at a stalemate? People shouted, shocked. If you don't stop holding back, Eri's death will be on your hands. He said from his spot. I started to use my quirk and utilize the training from Red Room, that caused me to knock the green and yellow-haired dude out cold. That's better. Poor sir, he's already out cold and he's one of the stronger heroes out there. Mirio said, I can erase his quirk long enough for you to get your daughter from him if you'll help us. The black-haired dude said, and I nodded. On my signal, let the green-haired boy punch you as you leap backwards. Why did I choose to help her? Aizawa asked. Because you knew that no matter what any of you did, you'd lose any other way. I said. That, and you saw that she wasn't doing this of her own free will. I nodded again but made it look like I was rubbing the trickle of BLD from where he hit me in the face. Now Deku! The dude shouted, and the green-haired boy rushed forward and punched me, and I let it send me flying. As I was flying, I redirected myself to face Overhaul, who tried to use his quirk to put up a wall, but his quirk didn't activate and I snagged Eri out of his hands before dashing to the heroes. I set her down behind them before charging back at Overhaul and his gang. I took Overhaul out in a single punch before wiping out the rest of his guys. I then turned to the group of guys that just arrived from the other hall that held the escape path. They spotted Overhaul and the other two out cold and looked about to pass out. They look about to pieces themselves. Bakugo shouted, laughing. You guys are dead for what you did to me. I shouted, charging at them. They tried to run but it didn't work. I leaped over them, pinning them between me and the heroes. They fell on their rears before pulling out pistols and aiming them at me. They all fired at once and I dodged every single bullet. I lunged at the first dude and knocked him out with an axe kick. The second one was met with a punch to the gut, making him puke and pass out. The third dude tried to punch me but I grabbed his arm and broke it. The fourth and fifth dudes passed out from fear before I could get to them. The sixth dude is the one who perpetrated the deed and the one I was aiming for mainly. I don't ever want to fight her. Most people said, sounding terrified. You know what you did to me and you know what I'm gonna do to you for it. I say with no emotions in my voice. Yeah, but at least I got a good ride out of you before you could do this to me. He says with a disgusting grin. I walked forward and kicked him onto his back, knocking the air out of him before using the heel of my boot and stomping on his jewels as hard as my quirk would let me. He let out a strangled scream before he passed out or died, and I don't care which it is. He deserved it. Every woman in the audience said, while every guy was busy covering themselves and flinching away from every female around them. I think she just made me gay. Mineta said, sounding completely terrified. I walked over to the heroes who were looking at the dude in sympathy until the one with green and yellow hair stepped in between me and my daughter after he woke up. Sir Night Eye isn't very smart, is he? Nizu asked. No, he's not. He's also very cocky because of his power. If you don't get out of my way, I'll kill you. You don't get in between me and my daughter. I say to him, staring directly in his eyes. He gulped but didn't move until the blonde dude that arrived first moved him out of the way, and I picked up Eri before walking out of the room heading for the exit. The warped hallways and corridors didn't make it easy, especially when there were walls placed in the way, but I just smashed my way through. I could hear the group of heroes following me from a distance. I'm not gonna hurt you unless you try to hurt me or my daughter or try to separate us. I called back to them, and the first one to walk forward was the blonde dude. Hi. I'm Lemillion. Well, that's my hero name. He introduced himself. Black Widow is the title I gained for surviving the Red Room. I said in turn. They kidnapped me when I was 5 and trained me to be a killer, but they couldn't control me. I kept killing their guys instead of the guys they wanted me to kill, so they shipped me over here. And you bonded with your little girl, and then they had a way to control you. He guessed, and I nodded. Overhaul never sent me out on any missions. Just kept me here as security, which didn't work out for him, as you saw. I continued. She's not wrong. All Might said, shrugging. Do you remember anything about your family from before? He asked. Yeah, I had a mom and brother, but I don't remember who my father is. I admit. Do you know their names? The dude with the black hair and gray scarf asked. I spotted his bleeding shoulder and stopped walking before pulling a roll of bandages out of my utility belt and one-handedly applied the bandages to his shoulder before I started moving again. Yeah, that wound is from when Toga stabbed me. Aizawa said, rotating his shoulder. Thank you, I'm Eraserhead. He introduced. You sound like a friend named you as a joke. I commented, and he chuckled and nodded. As for your question, yes, I know their names. I'm Izumi Midoriya, sister to my baby brother Izuku Midoriya and daughter to Inko Midoriya. I properly introduced myself and the green-haired boy stopped. Oh, Nizan? He asked quietly, causing me to actually look at him for once other than just his hair. You weren't kidding when you said she was my daughter. Ms. Midoriya said, surprised. Her looks should have screamed that she's your daughter. I commented. Thoughts? I asked. She's very deadly and better than me in martial arts. Aizawa said, seemingly having woken up. How did Overhaul get her? Midoriya asked. In that world, an organization called the Red Room abducted her shortly before they became a part of AFO's empire. I start explaining. Wait, you mean that AFO had access to her? Midoriya asked worriedly. If you'll let me continue, you'll get access to all the information I can share. I said sternly, making Midoriya mutter an apology. Then, after her training, they couldn't control her, so they shipped her off to another new branch of his empire, the Yakuza. You already know what happened after that. Yeah, we do. Ms. Midoriya said sadly. Now for the next one, who's picking? I announce, breaking away from the sad topic. Is there a hero universe with both Deku and female Deku? Jiro asked. Careful there, Jiro, your bi is showing. I teased her. But yes, actually. Anything we need to know about the universe before we start? Nizu asked. Yes, in this one Midoriya is born with 3 quirks. I say with a smirk before starting the universe. We see a 4-year-old Izuku wearing a green onesie that he loves, running to his mother's room acting like it's Christmas even though it's the middle of summer. Izuku, mommy wake up. Inko, I'm up. What is it? Izuku, when are we going to the doctor's today? Inko, after breakfast, so we have plenty time, so go get dressed while I make breakfast. Okay? Izuku, okay. I thought you said it had both regular Midoriya and female Midoriya. Midnight pointed out. Give it time. I say, shushing her for the others. Time skipped to doctor's office after tests. Doctor, well, it seems little Izuku here has a quirk. Inko, alright, what is it? Doctor, it seems that we have a quirk prodigy here. Inko, what do you mean? Doctor, first tell me, was Izuku a twin? Inko, yes. But, Doctor, it seems that while Izuku's twin did not survive, her soul is inside Izuku, thus causing the gender fluidity quirk. He will have semi-control, as it will take both mindsets and will act like a mutation quirk. And the other 2 are elemental, it seems. I don't know which gender controls which element, but I do know the elements. They can control air and earth. Inko, what do you mean both mindsets? Doctor, what I mean is that Izuku saved your daughter's life. She's alive, but she shares his body, and the gender fluidity quirk will allow her to morph his body to hers and vice versa. So I have 2 people inside my mind in that one? Midoriya asked. Yes, there's you and your twin, seeing as your twin's body died and you refused to let her go. I explained. Inko, you hear that, Izuku, you already are a hero. Izuku, upon hearing those words, broke out into a broad grin, and he held his arm up like All Might when he's doing his victory pose. That's adorable. Hado cooed, causing Midoriya to blush. Time skipped to home. As soon as they got home, Izuku ran to his room and started practicing his quirks. He started by trying to figure out which element he had. He kept trying till Inko called him for supper. When he went down, he saw Katsudon. He ran over to the table and waited for his mom to be ready to eat before he dug in. After supper, he decided to help his mom with the dishes before heading back up to his room. Inko, Mama's little helper, aren't you? Izuku, I love you, Mommy. He's a mama's boy, isn't he? Midnight asked Ms. Midoriya, who nodded with a smile. When he got back to his room, he continued trying to figure out which element he had until he realized that the element might reflect his personality. He thought about which element stood for what. He came to the conclusion that air was free, agile, and go with the flow, and earth was sturdy and unmoving. He then compared himself to the elements and decided he was a more fit for air than earth. Even that young, he had such an analytical mind. Nizu stated, Izuku's room is only half filled with All Might merch, the other half is filled with Absolute Zero and Endeavor merch. It seems that Mom is a hero in that universe. Fuyumi Todoroki stated. She is in most of the universes with good endeavor. I say before everybody gets back to watching the universe play out. When he woke up, he got dressed in his favorite white shirt with brown details and headed downstairs to eat breakfast with his mom before she had to drop him off at school and head to work. After breakfast, he once again helped his mom with the dishes, which he has been doing since he could remember. With the dishes done, they headed to school, then Inko headed off to work. When recess finally rolled around, everybody went outside and was about to head off to do whatever they normally do until Bakugo said something interesting. Bakugo, hey Izuku, didn't you go get your quirk checked out yesterday? Izuku, yes Kaken, I did. He nearly shouted it in excitement cause he loved his quirk. His announcement drew everybody back to center of the playground. Bakugo, well let's see it. Izuku then formed a mini tornado in his palm. Izuku, I also have two other quirks. One allows my twin sister to take over my body and turn it into a girl's, and the other is controlling Earth. But that can only be used by my twin. He's so excited that it hurts to look at his smile. Aizawa said without thinking. Bakugo, you're a freak just like I thought. And the smile's gone. Aizawa said angrily while looking at the younger Bakugo on the screen. After he said that, he shoved Izuku to the ground while others just watched as Bakugo beat on Izuku. Bakugo, you'll never be a hero. And with that began Izuku's life of torment, borderline torture. 3-month time skip. It's been 3 months since Bakugo and his goonies started attacking me daily. Today my head has been hurting enough that I can't even walk straight. Poor kid. Present Mike shouted. Do I need to temporarily remove your quirk, Present Mike? I asked sternly, to which he gulped in fear. Izuku, mommy, my head hurts. Inko, can you tell me on a scale of 1 to 10 how bad it is? Izuku, 12. Inko, oh honey, do you think it could be your sister? Izuku, I think so. I think it would hurt quite badly to have somebody else placed in your head. Mirio said. Inko, in that case you can stay home. Izuku, thank you mommy. I'm gonna go back to sleep. In dreamscape. Izuku, where am I? Izumi, where in you head? Izuku, no wonder it hurts so much. Wait, who are you? Izumi, I'm Izumi, your twin. Izuku, I'm so happy I get to meet you. If you'd like you can go and meet mom. Izumi, I will after I explain a couple things about our quirks. One, we will always be able to communicate as this part counts as a mutation. 2, it is possible for us to merge temporarily, but I don't know how that is possible yet. 3, you were correct in all your assumptions about our elemental quirks. It seems that the girl also has quite the analytical mind. Nizu observes. Izuku, so how do we go about switching? Izumi, as long as we both agree to the SW, it should be no problem. Otherwise whoever pushes the hardest wins. With that, Izuku relinquished control, letting Izumi take over. Izumi sat up in her body and rubbed her eyes. She got out of bed before trying something. Izumi, Izuku, can you hear me? Izuku, loud and clear. Izumi, okay, I was just checking. Izumi, satisfied with the result, headed downstairs but couldn't see Inko anywhere, so she decided to test her quirk by taking her socks off, closing her eyes, and stomping on the ground using the vibrations to see her in the laundry room. That would be quite the powerful search and rescue quirk. Aizawa commented. Not to mention the protection aspect of being able to make the earth protect you and others. I added. Thoughts? I ask for the millionth time. It was one of the best ones yet, though I don't like how young Bakugo seems to act in these universes. All Might says. Would you like one without bad Bakugo? I asked and received several confirmations. Well, this one doesn't have Bakugo in it as of yet. I say. It's Femme Deku, but slightly different. Her quirk mutated her. Izuku's POV. It's been years since my mother abandoned me. I don't know how many, all I know is that I'll never abandon anybody like she abandoned me. There was a big ruckus by the mountain yesterday, so I'm heading towards the base to see if I can see what happened without exposing myself by leaving the forest. Quite the heroic aspiration. Nizu says thoughtfully. To never abandon someone. When I get to the base of the mountain, I see what looks to be 2 dead bodies, but I can hear their heartbeats. One is a little boy and looks to have a few broken bones, while the green-haired woman, lighter green than my mother had and lighter green than my fur, looks to have been beaten nearly to death before she either fell or was thrown from the mountain. Regardless, I pick both of them up, careful of their injuries, and hurry back to my cave. I know it's not the best place for them, but it's better than lying on the forest ground dying. What happened to Koda and Ragdoll? The heroes and in training shouted. Midoriya wasn't there to protect Koda, and instead Ragdoll went in his, or her, place, and well. I trailed off, not wanting to say it. Well, what? They shouted. Ragdoll didn't have the strength to fight Muscular. I spit out. I quickly get to my cave, where I set them down and go about resetting their bones while they are unconscious so that I don't have to worry about them moving around and making it worse for themselves. I also applied a salve that would neutralize the pain and speed up the healing process. I hurry out and hunt some of the animals in the surrounding area and set to preparing to cook them, knowing that they'll be hungry when they wake and having food will help them heal faster. The woman wakes up first and starts to panic. She is very methodical and quick about treating injuries, though she doesn't have the necessary equipment to do it as thoroughly as I do. Recovery Girl said, "Don't move, you'll only make your injuries worse." I say, trying to calm her down. "Koda, where's Kota?" She asks, still panicking. "If you're talking about the little boy I found with you, then he's fine. He's across from you, still asleep but alive." I say, hiding in the shadows to not freak her out more. My appearance isn't something people take kindly to. I found that out when I first tried to go back into town after I was abandoned. How badly did her quirk mutate her? Ashido asked. "Where are you?" She asks. "Who are you?" "My name is Izuku, and promise you won't be scared if you see me." I ask. "Why would I be scared?" She asked. "The last time I went into town after my mother abandoned me out here, people freaked out and ran away screaming, saying I was a monster." I said sadly. "Humans really don't like anything that looks different." Nizu said sadly and reminiscently. "Well, I promise I won't do that. You did save mine and Koda's lives, you know." She said, "My name is Tomoko Shiratoko, but call me Tomoko. My hero name is Ragdoll." I stepped forward and she stared, but it wasn't in fear or hatred like the other people I've met, it was in awe. I heard the boy, Koda, stir and wake up, so I rushed back into the shadows, surprising Tomoko. "She's so pretty, how could anyone fear her?" Yaoyorozu asked sadly. "He's awake," I say, and she immediately turns her attention to the boy. "Koda, are you there?" she asked. "Ragdoll, is that you? I can't see very well." He said, "Would you like me to light a fire?" I ask, and he screams, "Koda, it's okay. She's the one who brought us here after she found us." Tomoko said, calming the frightened child, "Please do light the fire." I understand his scream of fright. He's in a different place, and somebody he can't see and doesn't know talks to him out of nowhere. Midoriya said, I light the fire and expect another scream of fear from the boy, but he looks at me the same way she did, in awe. I start cooking the deer I killed, drawing their attention to it. Both of their stomachs growl at the same time. I grab 2 bowls I made from stone and put some berries in them before heading over to them. "It's not much, but it should tide you over until the deer is ready," I say, starting to feed Tomoko while handing the other bowl to the boy. "Try not to move too much or you'll injure yourselves more." "What do you mean more?" Tomoko asked. "You both have several broken bones from falling from the mountain and whatever was happening yesterday." I tell them. "The boy simply has a broken leg and a broken arm, but you on the other hand have several broken ribs along with a broken arm, and both your legs are broken. Neither of you seem to have brain damage, but only time will tell." I explain. She's very thorough in her examinations, but even she can't examine for brain damage without machinery. Midoriya said, or more like muttered. "Then why don't I feel any pain?" Koda asked. "Because when I reset your bones, I applied a salve that will neutralize the pain for a time and speed up the healing process a bit." I answer. "Pain would cause you to move, and that would make your injuries worse." Her logic is sound. Nizu comments. "Thank you for taking care of us." Tomoko says, "How can we repay you after we've healed?" "Just visit me every now and again," I say with a soft smile, feeding her another berry. She must be very lonely living in a cave in the woods all by herself, all because people fear her appearance. Kaminari said sadly. Bakugo isn't here, but it's still sad. Ashido said. It doesn't take long for Koda to finish his food, so I hand the other bowl to him and move him to sitting on the log I was sitting on, asking him to feed Tomoko while I tend to the deer. It doesn't take much longer till the deer is done, and I add a little bit of edible salve to keep the pain away and speed up the healing process more. I'm running low on both, and I won't be able to make more until next spring, so this will be a long several months. Time skip. It's been about a month, and the boy has recovered enough to move around on a crutch without hurting himself as long as he takes it slow and doesn't fall. He doesn't really feel pain unless he jostles his arm or leg too much, but Tomoko is a different story. I ran out of salve a little while ago and have been using an application of my quirk to take her pain onto myself, allowing her to lay there comfortably. Tomoko asked me to see if there was anybody else but them alive, so I went out and looked to see if I could find any others, but all I found was a burnt building with no people or bodies. I couldn't find anyone. They either left or were captured by whoever attacked you. Everything was destroyed, but I didn't find any bodies. I tell her and she cries, thinking they left her and Koda behind. We'd never leave you or Koda behind. Mandalay declares. But you did. You didn't even look for their bodies after thinking they were dead. I said sadly. Time skip. It's been another 3 months and Koda is fully healed, so he's been helping out by gathering berries before they become bad while I hunt for more meat. I've been skinning them properly to preserve the skins because winter is approaching and they don't have fur coats to keep them warm, or not yet at least. I have enough furs to make Koda's, but not enough for Tomoko. Anyways, she's close to being healed enough to move around a little, but not quite. It's good to see that they're healing quite nicely despite the lack of technology. Recover Girl says calmly. Yes, though there is no young Bakugo, it is still quite sad, but not anger or rage-inducing. All Might said sorrowfully. Now, who wants to see an Izuku Todoroki universe? I asked, purposefully confusing many. Is it a Todoroki and Deku ship or something? Ashido asked curiously. Nope, that would be a Todoroki universe. I corrected her. I'll show it whether you want me to or not. I started the universe without giving any information, much to the chagrin of many. Izumi's POV. We're here in the auditorium listening to present Mike explain the exam when this dude interrupted him, asking about the 4th robot and talking about a shameful mistake when he turns his attention to me and starts shouting at me, causing me to cower away and try to shrink out of his sight. Katsumi, upon seeing this, got enraged and started yelling at the blue-haired dude. It would have turned into a shouting match or worse had present Mike not interrupted. In the end, me and Katsumi were separated into different fake cities, which made my fear skyrocket. I was waiting for the gate to open when the dude from before placed his hand on my shoulder, causing me to scream in fear, distracting everybody and drawing their attention to me and the dude, which in turns makes things even worse. So it's a Femme Deku and Femme Bakugo, huh? Niza said. What has made her so scared of people? You'll know soon enough. I answered vaguely. You are too cowardly to be a hero, so just go home. The dude ordered. Ida, if I find out you did anything similar in this universe, you'll be in detention for a week. Aizawa said. He didn't, he just took leaps and bounds to wrong conclusions. I said before we all turned back to the universe. I spotted the gate open and bolted through the crowd entering the exam area, hearing everybody shout about cheating, but I kept going, wanting to get away from everyone, so I took to the air by using my quirk on my feet to fly, burning the shoes off of the uniform. I used this to stay airborne so that I could see if anybody needed help. I spotted a person who was quite injured, not lethal injuries, just enough that they couldn't continue, so I flew towards them and landed near them and set to work with my golden flame to heal them. It didn't take long for them to be up and on their feet again, running off to fight more robots while I went around healing other people. Geez, Kirishima, don't you know how to say thank you? Ashido said. Kirishima bowed his head in shame from that alt version of himself. What is Ms. Midoriya's quirk in that universe? Nizu asked. Pyrokinesis. I state. Though it's much more than producing and controlling fire. It's near the end of the exam and I've healed that one redhead at least 3 times. His quirk hardens his skin, making it look like a rock. Another one I had to heal multiple times was a silver-haired dude whose quirk turned his skin to steel. They just kept lunging at the robots, not caring enough to dodge the robots' attacks. Anyways, I'm about to sit down since I'm exhausted from using my quirk and a little overheated when the ground starts to rumble and I see everybody running my way and I freeze like a deer in headlights. I'm about to run with them but I hear two guys screaming for help. I see the two guys I've healed multiple times pinned by a large piece of rubble from one of the toppled buildings. I think of what I can do to help them when I remember one of my favorite hero's special moves. A flaming javelin, and I copy it and spear the zero-pointer through the head with a blue flaming javelin, shutting it down immediately. I sprint to the dudes and help them lift the rubble before using my golden flame on them. Endeavor is her favorite hero? Most everybody screams in shock and surprise. In her defense, he's a good guy in that one, and she has a fire-based quirk. I say, getting people to settle down. By the time I've healed them, I can feel the drawback of my quirk on a massive scale. When I stand up I wobble quite a bit but keep moving with one thought on my mind: must get to Katsumi. I walk out of the fake city just as the time runs out. I reach the UA gate just as Katsumi gets there and turns around, spotting my wobbly figure, and rushes forward, catching me before I can fall. That's very reckless, Aizawa says. No, that's very Midoriya, I reply, correcting him. Very true. Recovery Girl chimes from her position watching the universe. I made it, I say out of breath. You're burning up, I gotta get you to Recovery Girl. Katsumi says. I'm right here, dearie, but this one has been requested for by Nizu, so we have to go there first. Recovery Girl says as she's been following me the entire time. She is out of it enough that she didn't hear anybody calling out to her. Shouldn't treating her come first? Recovery Girl asked. Actually, the only treatment available would be an ice bath to cool her down, as her drawback is the same as Endeavor's. I reply, getting a nod from Recovery Girl. Katsumi picked me up and carried me, knowing that with how overheated I was that my brain wasn't functioning properly and I probably couldn't walk on my own anymore. It felt like no time at all when we arrived at Principal Nizu's office. When we entered I could see my all-time favorite hero there, but I couldn't really do anything in my condition. Hello, Endeavor. If she wasn't feeling the drawback of her quirk at this extreme of a level, she'd be completely fangirling since you are her favorite hero. Katsumi says for me. It seems that Bakubro and Midobro know each other quite well in that universe. Siro commented. They know each other just as well in this one, as they often have conversations without even looking at each other or talking in your universe. I comment, getting looks of surprise from everybody and a gulp of fear from Bakugo and Midoriya, who are looking at Aizawa. We have reason to suspect that Izumi here is the missing child of Endeavor. Do you know who her parents are? Principal Nizu asked Katsumi. We don't have any, we're from the orphanage for quirkless kids. Katsumi says, causing surprise and confusion to spread through them. The other kids attack us at any opportunity they get, and the adults don't stop them, they just smile at our pain. That explains the fear from before. Nizu says, sighing sadly. But you have quirks. Endeavor says, confused. That's the reason we are attacked by the other kids. Katsumi says back. So, in this universe Midori is attacked for not having a quirk, and in that one Midori is attacked for having one? Ashido asked. Exactly. I said simply. I'm gonna take some DNA to compare to Endeavor's to see if she's his daughter or not. Recovery Girl says, approaching me and using a K-tip to get some DNA to do the test. Regardless of the results of the test, I'd like to adopt the both of you. Endeavor says to the girls. Only if you are okay with two of your kids dating each other. Katsumi says back. We're dating? Bakugo screams. Yes, you're dating each other in much of the multiverse. I said with a small chuckle at his reaction. That isn't an issue for me or the others in my family, seeing as you aren't BLD related to each other. Endeavor says with a smile. By the way, can she hear what's going on, or is it a total shutdown like I experience because of my drawback? I didn't realize your drawback was a total shutdown. Recovery Girl said, but was ignored as Endeavor is doing his best to ignore where he is. She can see and hear along with feel, but her brain can't send out the signals to move her body due to the temperature her body is currently at. Katsumi says. Well, in that case I've got something I'd like to say. Endeavor says, making me and Katsumi nervous. Good job on perfecting my special move. Was that your first attempt or have you been trying it for a long time? That was her first attempt at it. Katsumi says. She doesn't like using her quirk to fight, she'd rather use it to heal. How does she heal with fire? Principal Nizu asks. May I try to cool her down with my quirk? A boy who's been quiet the entire time spoke up. That is actually a good idea. Recovery Girl ponders. You may try. Recovery Girl says, and I feel something extremely cold, but it feels good and I feel my body returning to my control. Thank you. I say after he finished. If you want the full details of my quirk, they should be on my application. But for a quick explanation, I have multiple colors of fire that do different things. Red, green, and blue are regular fire, just a higher temperature than the previous, and the hotter the flame the faster I fly. White fire freezes my target in a frozen flame. And then there's my golden flames that heal. They heal fresh wounds and scars. May I asked, gesturing to both Principal Nizu and the boy. I don't mind. The boy says, walking back over to me, so I put my golden flame over my hand and offer it to him. Why is she offering him her hand? Midoriya asked. Since it's on your face, I'd rather you put my hand over the scar so that you are in control of it rather than me just pressing my hand on your face. I say, and he does as requested. That makes sense. He said, feeling a little foolish. We stay like that for about 5 minutes before he pulls my hand off his face slowly, and both Principal Nizu and Endeavor lean closer in anticipation. When he finally gets my hand far enough away from his face for them to see, they marvel at his absent scar. I would like to wait before I heal more scars, as healing scars takes a more concentrated flame and quickens the approach of the drawback. I say, it is no matter, seeing as you'll be attending this institution 3 weeks from now. Principal Nizu says. At that moment, Recovery Girl comes back into the room and the screen goes black before she can talk. We need to know the result of the test. Hagakure screams in my ear, and I didn't even know she was there. That's it, I'm upgrading your quirk, permanently. I tell her before snapping my fingers. You can now turn it on and off at your leisure. I then proceeded to snap my fingers, and she was now visible for everyone to see, shocking most and stunning Ojiro into a mental shutdown and restart. You will keep your upgrade even after you leave the cinema, so I'm not teasing you with brief visibility. I tell her before getting up on stage. Now, this next universe is a little dark. I say before grimacing, and it was picked up on by everybody. Who am I kidding, it's one of the darkest. I said, facepalming. How bad is it? Nizu asked, worried for his students. Midoriya is All Might's daughter and he betrays her in the worst way possible. Mrs. Midoriya is abusive and a pro-hero, so is like a green, female version of Endeavor. I list. Bakugo is worse than this universe and Izumi ends up in AFO's hands. I snap my fingers and start the universe before getting to my seat. Third person POV. All for One has just told the whole world his quirk and its capabilities on live TV. He's not doing this for much, other than the fact that he has 2 kids hostage. One is Katsuki Bakugo and the other is Izumi Yagi, All Might's daughter. That seems like something I'd do. AFO says, startling the heroes and students. What, did you forget we were here as well? Now before I tell you their locations, I'll give the people some information about them. AFO said to All Might, who couldn't move without risking either child's life. Katsuki Bakugo is a kid with the quirk explosion, and it's pretty self-explanatory. Ever since his quirk formed, he's become quite villainous, if I do say so myself. He attacks other kids he deems weak and gets away with it because of his quirk. On the other hand, we have Izumi Yagi, an innocent girl who only does right. She's been volunteering since she was 5 despite she herself needing help, seeing as her parents neglect her. Her own mother, Green Psychic, beats her for no reason at all. She avoids the cameras as best as she can because she's not doing that for attention. She's quirkless yet already more of a hero than most pro-heroes. Now you have a decision to make, All Might. Bakugo is 5 miles to your left and Izumi is 3 miles to your right. Who will you save? The audience were unsure of what to say or do. On one hand, they wanted both to be safe, but that wasn't a possible outcome and they couldn't bring themselves to choose between the two. All Might wasted no time in bolting for Bakugo. He really chose the quirked bully over the quirkless girl who helps everybody, his own daughter. You heard it here first, folks. All Might's real name is Toshinori Yagi, Izumi's own father, and he abandoned her in favor of a monster with a quirk. AFO said with a laugh. If I'm calling him a monster, then must be a right git. AFO says, shocking everybody. There was a TV in both rooms, one in Bakugo's and one in Izumi's. She already knew. All Might was her father, so that wasn't a big shock to her, but him choosing to save the kid who had attacked her repeatedly over her was. FO appeared in the room laughing like a maniac at the look on Izumi's face. She looks so broken that I just want to hug her. Yaoyorozu said, starting to cry. Alright, up you come. The doctor is going to have a fun time with his new test subject. AFO said with a maniacal grin. No! Nizu screamed loudly and enraged, scaring everybody including AFO. That was Izumi's life for 5 years. She's now 13 and has been a constant experiment since she was left behind by her own father, who she refuses to acknowledge as her father anymore. It's been failure after failure, painful experiment after painful experiment. Finally, the doctor gave up after the last experiment. All for One decided he would just shove a strong quirk he made through combination into her and sell her. He then did as he planned and sold her to the Yakuza, where she met Overhaul and Eri. She has been here for 2.5 years to the best of her ability to keep count underground with no clock. She bonded with Eri during her stay and protects Eri from everyone. Overhaul decided to give Izumi a choice. Izumi can analyze a drop of Eri's BLD and then use her quirk to produce it and stop them from hurting Eri, or they continue but twice as much. Despite the pain that side of her quirk puts her through, she went with the deal. She uses her lipids to create non-organic items, but she uses her BLD to create organic things, like Eri's BLD for example. She has an upgraded version of my quirk. Yaoyorozu said, shocked. Nizu was going rabid, it seems, and was glaring daggers at me, causing me to shiver in fear. Before you attack, I just want to say she has a very happy ending and even gets revenge. I said in fear, and that seemed to settle him down, causing him to go back to his cheery self. Izumi's POV. Anyway, today Overhaul has been acting different. Eri got away momentarily before he caught her and was going to continue with his old ways until I offered to do double the usual, so right now I'm so drained that I can hardly move. I'm more than likely barely alive, and alarms are blaring, signaling that the compound is under attack. I moved myself and Eri into the corner before pretty much laying on her to shield her from anyone who comes in here. About 10 minutes later, I hear someone burst in, so I wrap my arms tighter around Eri. She seems so frail right now. Ashido said, sounding about to cry. There's somebody in here. A dude shouts. We're not gonna hurt you. That's Rocklock. Midoriya shouted upon recognizing the man. And you're about to hate him, I said to them. I turn my head slightly, and in my bad luck he spots Eri and thinks I'm attacking her, so he moves to attack me, but I can't move fast enough to fight, so I simply keep Eri covered so that none of his attacks reach her. He doesn't relent despite me obviously protecting Eri from him. Someone bursts in, and next thing I know the dude is stuck in some type of cloth and another dude is walking over to me, but my semi-feral state takes over and I growl at him. You heard right, I growled at him, causing him to back off and Eri to finally wake up. It seems that she has gained an animalistic side due to trauma. Recovery girl observed. Mommy, what's going on? Why is it so loud? Eri asks fearfully. I don't know, little one. All I know is that people are attacking me, trying to take you. I respond quietly. I won't let them. She looks ready to die to protect Eri. Midoriya commented approvingly. The man tries to approach again, getting another growl from me. He freezes and a girl with black hair and eyes walks in and notices the protective stance. Why am I there? Yaoyorozu questions, confused. Eraser head, back off. Can't you see that she's protecting the little girl? You're only making things worse. The girl scolds. Did you just scold Aizawa-sensei as if he was a child that was misbehaving? Kaminari shouted out, laughing nearly psychotically. Despite the information provided, the man takes another step, and this time I respond with the quirk forced on me by making a bow staff and getting ready to fight. You have the same quirk as me. The girl says in surprise before getting low in a non-offensive stance and approaching slowly, and for some reason I let her. It seems that she trusts that Miss Yayarozu for whatever reason. Nizu comments. I raise my hand slightly and create a little sparkle. I did that, they would have been stuck there all day otherwise, and then she wouldn't have gotten her revenge against Overhaul. I admit, it could be for many reasons. Among them being that she read the situation before approaching, the way she approached, or it could be her aura. Possibly even the fact that we at least have a similar quirk. May I? She asks, pointing to the injuries I was given when I refused to let them take Eri earlier today. I simply shake my head before turning to the dudes. Are you heroes or another villain group come to claim a trophy as proof of beating Overhaul in a fight? My question shocks them. With how both Rocklock and Aizawa acted, her assumption makes sense, Recovery Girl said with a scolding tone directed to the alternate Aizawa on the screen. Don't say it, I know what you're going to ask, but I'm going to ask a question, then you can get our thoughts. Ashido says sternly. What's the ship? That's a complicated answer. I said, causing worry among them. Yayarozu and Jiro end up dating along with Midoriya and Jiro dating each other, but Midoriya and Yayarozu aren't dating each other. Ashido says. I think you broke her. Kaminari comments, waving his hand in front of Ashido. Not just her, look at Jiro and the other two I mentioned, I said, pointing at the three of them, and everybody bursts out laughing. If it's that easy to get them to shut down, how come we haven't won yet? Shigaraki shouts, laughing. I don't know. Siro also shouts out, rolling on the floor laughing. Alright, I can't get specific thoughts on the universe or I'll run out of time, on to the next one. I say, spinning a brand new wheel. Where'd the wheel come from? Aizawa asked, curiously and surprised. As I make more universes I gain more power, which gets me new things. This was a one-room dimension last time you were here, and now it has at least 4 rooms. I say, pointing to the 3 doors plus the 4th door in the creation process. Looks like you'll finally be getting a part 2 on a universe. As time went by and her forest got smaller, Izuku started trusting humans less and less aside from Himiko. Izuku took it upon herself to stop the deforestation by using her shadow soldiers to scare off the workers, and when that only worked for a short time she resorted to destroying the machines, but that too only worked for a short time before somebody else started up destroying Izuku's home. Izuku decided it would be best to move rather than fighting a losing battle. She moved way far away from town near a mountain range. Oh, it's the one where Midoriya is a girl with a so-called villainous quirk. Ashido says, recognizing it. It's been years since Himiko was dropped in the forest, and she noticed Izuku's distrust towards any human besides her when she brings up going into town. Izuku and Himiko have grown closer together romantically in their near decade together. It's a universe where Midori and Toga are together? Ashido questions, sounding a bit weirded out. In the defense, Toga isn't a villain in this one. I say, and the others nod. Anyways, recently there has been a bit of a ruckus going on and Izuku is trying her best to ignore it, but tonight is the hardest. It's past sunset and there have been multiple screams, and now they've done the unforgivable. They've bathed the forest in blue fire and Izuku won't let that one stand, and Himiko is going with her to get it sorted out. Izuku summoned her shadow birds to scout out what's going on. Oh, Dabi's gonna die tonight. Toga says with a giggle. Izuku's POV. It looks like a small group of people are attacking a bunch of children. Allah said. Thank you, Allah. What can we do to stop the fire? I asked. I don't think we can, we don't have the ability to. Allah responded sadly. You know, you are an evil person for lighting animals' homes on fire. Koda says to Dabi without stuttering once. Thank you, Allah. I said before sending her back, not wanting to see her hurt. They can't die, but they can be hurt, especially by fire. She really does care about them. Nizu comments, surprised. A lot more than you think. I say back and he nods at me. Miko and I decided to help them despite what they might do to us, the children, not the attackers. I sent out the deer and rabbits along with the snakes, but not the leaders of the factions, as I'm not sure they are needed, to help the students. Mama, do you think you and the wolves can handle whoever is causing the fires? I asked her. Of course, little one. She responded lovingly. Keep your little sister safe while I deal with them. Of course, Mama. I responded before heading off towards the big lady and lizard attacking the group of cat people. Wait, Magna was a lady? The WWP questioned aloud, clearly shocked by the information. Yes, she was, before she was killed by Overhaul. I said, and they looked down unsure of how to feel. When we got there it seemed as if they were at a standstill. That is until I summoned Herc and 2 of the other bears. Herc, you deal with the big lady with the giant cloth-covered weapon while you other 2 go deal with that lizard. I ordered. Cat dude, get back, got something stronger heading for the big lady. Who are you? The cat dude asked. The person whose home was set on fire by these people. I responded shortly. Don't kill them. At least she's not letting her subordinates kill them, even if they are villains who destroyed her home. Midnight said, looking on the bright side. It didn't take long for both the big lady and the lizard to be pinned down. Out of nowhere a blob or something appeared and tried to take the green-haired cat lady, but I summoned Feline to get her out of the way. Feline was sucked in along with the big lady and the lizard, and before long Mama showed up. That was quick. I commented. Of course, little one, though he dissolved into some sort of substance. Mama answered. Is that a wolf with a quirk? The brown-haired cat lady asked. No, I am not. I was but a regular wolf until I was killed by poachers who were hunting me to capture my pup, Lua, to sell her on the black market when Izuku here brought me back to life, to which I killed the poachers before they could harm either Izuku or Lua. Mama answered. So why is the girl calling you Mama? The blonde-haired cat asked. None of your business. I responded, summoning Allah and a couple other birds. Can you scout from above for me so I can send out help the best way possible? Of course. Allah responded, taking off with the others following. Can you just summon them at will? The green-haired cat asked. I have no need nor wish to answer your questions, cat. I'll be off to deal with the rest of the people attacking my home now. I respond, seeing Allah returning. My liege, there is a tall blonde man heading for a child up in the mountains. Allah said, panicked. Kota! Mandalay shouted in fear. You needn't worry, he is safe. I say, soothing everybody, especially Midoriya. I summon the 3 other bears I have. Herc, you take your 5 subordinates and you take care of the blonde man. I order before resummoning Feline. Feline, you retrieve the child. They set off while the cat started to freak out. I assume the child is one of yours, meaning he is being attacked as well. You needn't fear, for Herc is my 2nd strongest soldier, and when paired with the 5 other bears they are nigh unstoppable. I attempt to soothe them despite my distrust. She has a good heart despite having felt such pain from the world. Toga says, crying a little. What's your name, child? The Catman asked. You may call me Shadow Monarch or some variant of that. I say, getting a displeased look from him. Or you could call me by my title, Queen of the Forest. I asked for your name, not some title given by yourself. The Catman said with a raised voice out of anger. Ooh, things aren't looking good for you, Tiger. Mandalay says, flinching from the look he received from Lupa. You'd best watch how you speak to my child. She didn't choose her title or the name of her power, they were both chosen by others, the name of her power by something called a doctor and the title by the other forest animals. Mama said with a slight growl. Thank you, Mama, but please don't follow through with what you're thinking. I ask. Lua, can you please help me calm Mama? What was Lupa thinking? Nizu asked curiously. Of doing to him what she did to the poachers. I answer and Nizu nods approvingly. Lua walks up and starts nuzzling Mama's neck in a soothing manner while I give her a. Feline is on her way back with the child, and Herc and the others just subdued the blonde man and knocked him unconscious. Allah reported just before Feline came out of the trees with a little boy on her back. Thank you, Feline. I tell her while the brown-haired cat got the boy off her back. It was no problem, my liege. Feline responded before I desummoned her. What's with the weird clothes? Are you 2 heroes or something? The boy asked. What is wrong with our clothes and what are heroes? I ask. How can you not know what heroes are? The blonde-haired cat asked. She was abandoned in the woods at the age of 4 by her mother after having learned of her power. Mama responded. Her mate, the blonde girl, was abandoned 2 years later in the same spot. We've had to move since then because of people cutting down the trees and destroying my home. I continued. And now people are attacking my home again. Humans, aside from my mate, can't be trusted. I mean, she's not wrong. Nizu says getting the attention from everybody. What? I was experimented on by humans for 2 years, how else am I supposed to feel? You needn't justify how you feel, nobody has the right to tell you how to feel about anything. I tell him and the others look ashamed before returning their attention to the universe. I turn and spot an ash-blonde kid that looks familiar, but I can't quite place it, about to be snatched, so I summon a squirrel behind him, causing whoever was about to snag him to get the squirrel instead before summoning about 5 more, and they go to attack him, causing him to run. Allah, can you please tell Nutters and the others that I said no killing? I ask, and she flies off again, this time trailing after the man in the mask and the squirrels. Everybody bursts out laughing at Compress running from the squirrels. Evil little buggers. Compress mumbles, causing those nearest to him to laugh even harder. Who the hell are you? The familiar ash-blonde kid screamed. You may call me Shadow Monarch or some variant of that, or by my title, Queen of the Forest. I respond, getting tired of this already. That's not a name, dumbass. He screamed again. Watch how you speak to my child or I'll deal with you like I dealt with the poachers. Mama warned with a clear growl. Next thing I know, Mama is falling to the ground and disappearing. Mama, who did that? I scream out before spotting a man with glowing red eyes. You killed Mama. I charged at the man who sent the cloth around his neck at me, but I dodged and knocked him right in the face, sending him flying into a tree before Mama reappears in front of me. Is he alive? Midnight asked mid-cringe. Yes, though should he do it again he wouldn't survive. I say, and Aizawa flinches away from Midoriya, who was sitting directly in front of him. Mama! I shout before tackling her in a hug. It's all right, little one, I'm here. Mama soothes. I thought I lost you. I sob into her fur before feeling Lua beside me and Miko on my other side. When he wakes up, tell him that if he ever does that again, I'll treat him like Mama treated those poachers. I say with a clear rage. Are they obsessed with threatening to kill others or something? Kaminari asks, confused. No, they're angry and will follow through on those threats. I warn, and everybody flinches at the information. The others all gulp and nod while I turn to the birds, who are returning and reporting to Allah. They said that all the enemies have been subdued with 0 casualties on either side. The masked man along with 2 others escaped into a glob or something. Allah translates. I'm a glob? Kurogiri asked, sounding depressed. No, you just look like that to animals and people who were raised by animals. I said, trying to comfort him but not knowing how. Thank you. I say before desummoning them all along with Herc and the others. Now, I'll be heading back to my den with my mate. See you never? Yes, Queen. Ashido said. I love the sass. I turned and left with Miko, Lua, and Mama following. Time for a different type of universe. I said, catching everybody's attention all at once. What do you mean by that? Nizu asked curiously. In this one, Midoriya is the reincarnation of a villain from the past. I said, causing Midoriya to look at the ground in shame. The villain was made into that by their father, who was like the original AFO in that universe. So I'm like a ripoff of some dude from the past. FO said exasperatedly. Either that or you're the reincarnation of him. I said, and he looked surprised. In the past, before quirks made their appearance, there was a different power that ruled the world called bending. It allowed a person manipulate one of the 4 main elements with one exception. What was this exception? Midoriya asked curiously, eyes wide with excitement. The Avatar. I said, and a few of the people made a noise of awe. The Avatar was one soul reborn time after time with the sole purpose of fighting evil and protecting others from it. They have control of all 4 elements. I'm so excited, start the universe already. Hagakure shouted. Then look at the screen. I directed, pointing at the screen up front. Azula's POV. Mom. I said, uncertain. Midori is a girl again. Ashido shouted in excitement. Yes, sweetie, what's up? She asked, concerned, which made it even worse. I have something that I'm scared to tell you. I said, looking down. No matter what you say, I'll always love you, she says, and that makes me feel even worse. So, what is it? I'm a reincarnation, I said plainly, not beating around the bush. And how would you know that? She asked, confused and curious. Because I remember my life from before, all of it, including my death. I said, looking at the floor. I was an evil person. Midoriya looked so sad and ashamed. Todoroki said, looking at the screen, upset. Now I'm sure that's not true. Mom said, putting her hand on my cheek gently. I turned on my brother and hunted him just to get attention from my past father. I said, with tears forming in my eyes. I was a monster by any definition of morality. I killed people. So she was shaped by the longing to have a loving father. Todoroki stated curiously. Just like the opposite of you, you shaped yourself of depending on your ice to spite your father. I commented. You are not evil. Your guilt for your sins in your past life is proof enough of that. Mom said softly. Plus, isn't your dream to become a hero and save people? As an act of redemption, it won't help those I hurt, but it'll at least be a start to becoming a truly good person. I said with hope in my eyes, since she didn't seem mad or disappointed in me. You're a good person now, and that's all that matters. Mom said. Now, this may be your second time living, but that doesn't mean you don't have a bedtime, and it's long past, so get your tiny hinny to bed, little miss. Yes, Mom. I said, heading towards my room, feeling like a weight was lifted off my chest. Time skip. After telling Mom the truth about who I really am, we went to the quirk doctor the next day to find out I was quirkless, but Mom didn't care in the slightest. When we got back home, I tested myself to see if I still had my bending, and I did. This surprised Mom big time, and she thought the doctor misdiagnosed me until I explained what I was doing, and she seemed to understand, at least a little bit. She is very curious about how things used to be once upon a time, and it's nice to be able to talk about how things used to be. I've told her about a couple things that I did in the past that I'm no longer proud of, along with a few things I am proud of, like saving Mai and Ty Lee before they became like sisters to me. Not that I ever told them that. Ty Lee and Mai's betrayal left a big open wound in my heart, but I deserved it. Nobody deserves betrayal from those they trust and care for. Bakugo said, looking down, ashamed of himself for his past actions. Since I never talk about or show my power, everybody assumes I'm powerless, and Bakugo and everybody else tries to make my life hell, and I deserve it. After all the pain I put people through in my last life, I deserve it. I don't fight back against it or complain about it to their confusion, but that doesn't make them stop either. Anyways, the teachers don't like or dislike me, since while I'm powerless in their eyes, I'm also quiet and don't cause issues either. She's using the bullying as a way to punish herself. Jiro commented with her hand covering her mouth in shock. The teacher walked in and started rambling about this and that, and before I knew it, he threw a stack of papers in the air. Looks like Bakugo is going to UA. The teacher said proudly, and surprised the other students. It's almost impossible to get into that school. One of the students said to somebody close to them. Soon after that, it was time to go home, so I packed up and left without issue, surprisingly. As I was walking home, there was a loud explosion and I could see a crowd gathering, so I decided to check it out. When I finally got through the crowd, I was met with an interesting sight. Heroes just standing by while Bakugo was dying, along with one of the heroes saying he can't do anything because of the surrounding fire. I walked up to the one using water to make a barricade and got his attention. If you give me permission to use my quirk, I can put the fire out, I said, and he looked doubtful, but one look at Bakugo and he nodded and let me pass the barricade. I walked towards the fire before spreading my arms to the side, dispersing the flames immediately, and started walking back to the hero, who was looking thankful, and the wooden dude used his quirk and snagged Bakugo out of the villain's slimy grasp, since he was no longer in danger from the fire. She is exceptionally skilled with her bending to be able to put out a fire that size without any trouble. Aizawa commented. My meat shield. The villain screamed in anger. You'll pay for that, little girl. Kamui, get her out of there now, he's aiming for her. The barricade dude shouted just as I spotted the tendrils aimed right for me. Somebody save her. Kaminari shouted, momentarily forgetting that this is pretty much a TV show. I did a quick backflip and smoothly landed into a split, dodging both his first and second attempts to attack me before the wooden dude grabbed me out of there. That was smooth. Ishido said, very surprised. She'd be a good dancer. Thank you, I said as he put me down behind the other heroes present on the scene. It no problem, thank you for helping us with the fire, he said, and I turned and walked off, heading home before the press could get to me. Along my way home I heard shouting behind me, and they were shouting the insult everybody at school calls me and assumes is my name, Deku. I turned around and am met face to face by Bakugo. What do you want, Bakugo? I asked him bluntly. Don't think I'm thanking you or anything, I didn't need your help. Bakugo shouted despite the fact that he was almost literally in my face. Since when did you get a quirk? Baku bro, there's this thing called personal space. Kirishima jokes, getting a few laughs from the rest of the audience. I've always had my power, I just never showed it to anyone. I said plainly, already tired of this interaction. You all just assumed that because I didn't show it I didn't have it. You are looking down on me, I won't let you. He screamed at me before starting to use his quirk. All Might, how long are you just gonna watch him break the law before you stop him? I called out to him, hiding behind the corner. I was just wanting to see how you handled yourself since you did so well before. He said, rubbing the back of his head nervously. Young man, if you had actually attacked her using your quirk I'd be forced to arrest you as a villain, think before you act. She's looking down on me. Bakugo shouted angrily. She must pay for that. Old me would have, but I haven't been that version of myself in years. I said absent-mindedly, to the confusion of both parties. At least she's honest. Nizu says, a bit surprised at her honesty. I've known you since we were in diapers, you've never been anything but kind. Bakugo said, confused. You might know what I mean one day. I said, already walking off. And it's you who looks down on and underestimates everybody else, that'll get you killed one day. She's right about that, young man, never underestimate somebody as it could lead to your own downfall. All Might said before catching up with me. I wanted to thank you for assisting the heroes back there before I arrived. Don't thank me, I don't deserve it. I said, looking down, but continued to walk. Is that referring to what you said earlier about the old you? All Might asked, surprisingly astute, and I nodded. But that young man said you'd always been kind. In this lifetime, yeah, but not my previous one. I said, stopping and shutting my eyes. Only one other person knows that I'm a reincarnation, so please keep this information to yourself. Do you come from the time of bending? All Might surprised me by asking. How would I know about that if it was lost to time? All Might asked, very surprised. You'll find out soon enough. I commented. How do you know about that? Nobody else knows about that time except those who were there and those who were told about it by others? I said, suddenly very wary. No need to be cautious, my Imster has been reincarnated time and again. All Might says. She's the elemental hero paragon, she has control of all 4 main elements. She's the avatar? I asked, stunned and even more wary. Yes. He answers proudly. I'll tell her I found another from the era of bending, she'll be so happy. Nana is alive. All Might and Gran Torino shouted in shock. I'm not sure Aang will want to see me again. I said quietly. I honestly wouldn't blame him if he tried to kill me on sight. Oh, so you're from Avatar Aang's lifetime. All Might said happily. Meet us at Dagobah Beach tomorrow, bright and early. He said, running off, almost skipping from excitement. All Might skipping like a schoolgirl, now that one scene was worth the entirety of our time spent side by side with heroes. Shigaraki says, laughing. It seems like reincarnation is a hot topic at the moment. I commented, looking at the next one on the list. Is it the same as the last one? Nizu asked curiously. Yes and no. As in this next one, Midoriya was a villain in their past life like the previous one, but they weren't shaped by craving love. I explained. It's explained in the universe what the difference is, and then after seeing this segment you'll get to see how they died to be reborn. That'll be interesting, but also probably traumatizing for Midoriya to get to see a version of himself die. Yayorozu stated, concerned. It won't, because I'll cancel all emotions he'll feel about it at the time and allow him to slowly process the emotions. I said, and she nodded in acceptance. Harley/Izumi's POV. It's another day with the do-gooders, though I'm included in that too now. Despite not having those pesky chemicals in my brain, I still find heroes annoying. Today is supposed to be a unique day as we have joint training with 1B. I find waking up Aizawa for absolutely no reason to be the best part of my day, and he hates it. If any one of you dares to wake me up when I'm sleeping, I'll expel you. Aizawa threatened them. Hey, Mr. Eyebags. I shouted at him, snapping him awake. When are we gonna meet the rest of us do-gooders? Mr. Eyebags. Kaminari shouted while busting out laughing. Kaminari. Aizawa said, deathly calm while glaring at the poor boy who's now terrified. Midoriya, if you don't stop waking me up, you're expelled. He threatened. And we're meeting them at the training grounds in 20 minutes, so settle your rambunctious butt down. But you can't because of my quirk. I said, laughing, and he groaned. The Hero Association doesn't want a vigilante or villain with unlimited ammo on the streets, and as such you literally hold no power over me staying at this school. I said, laughing. And only my poison is allowed to comment on but so shut up about it. She seems like she's a smart one. Nizu said, smirking devilishly. I'd much like to meet her. Is she telling the truth? Most of them freaked out. Unfortunately so. He replied, sounding even more tired now. Due to her quirk capabilities, the association and its president aren't willing to let her go and as such protect her from me and others. Even Nizu holds no power over her. How did she get such a hold on them? Todoroki asked, scheming something. Probably planning a way to get rid of his father. Dabi commented with a smirk. Nobody knows. Mr. Aizawa said, laying down again. Hey Midori, who's poison? Ashido asked me. Someone I love dearly and I've already lost once before. I said, trying to stop myself from crying as the memory of that night resurfaces. Ignore me. She looks so sad. What happened to this poison she's talking about? Mandalay asked worriedly. No, if it's something so painful I shouldn't have brought it up. Ashido said, apologizing. It's my fault, I brought it up first. I said, waving her off before getting up and grabbing my hero suitcase. I was changed and headed for the training grounds and heard a ruckus already there along with one following behind me. I got to the entrance and waited for the rest of my class of do-gooders to arrive. I love that costume. Toga cheered. Of course you would, it's the same one she wore as a villain back in her first life. I commented with a chuckle. Hurry up, slowpokes. I shouted at them. Or I'll make you dance. You don't need to make dancing sound like torture, it's really fun to do. Ashido said, pouting. She meant by shooting the ground by their feet, Ashido. I informed her and she flinched in understanding. Yeah, that would make dancing torture. She said sadly. My threat didn't do much since it's empty and they know it, but it's still fun to make. Soon enough they caught up and Mr. Aizawa showed up and lead us inside where I spotted someone I never thought I'd see again. Poison, is it really you? I asked with tears streaming down my face since I knew it was her but didn't know whether it was real or an illusion or hallucination of some sort. Quinn. She asked in the same boat as me. As soon as my former name came from her mouth, I leaped onto Bakugo's shoulders, since he was in front of me blocking my path, and leaped over him before sprinting in her direction. She opened her arms and welcomed me into them happily while I clutched the front of her shirt crying. Bakugo's new name is Springboard. Minoma cheered laughing and a few other people chuckled, even Bakugo. I mean that's his own fault for getting in front of her. I commented with a shrug. I'm sorry, I'm so sorry. I said, wailing. I never should have left you behind. I told you to go, I'm happy that you listened to me. She said soothingly in my ear. I'm sorry I told you to go alone when I should have gone with you. What's going on? Someone asked confused. She said poison as in the person she's in love with? Ashido asked and I blushed knowing that if I heard it so did Ivy. You still love me, huh, after all these years? She asks and I'm unable to answer due to my brain frying in embarrassment. That's good, baby girl. She purrs in my ear. Real good, 'cause I still love you. Oh, a fellow seductress. Midnight commented excitedly. Only for Harley. I corrected but it fell on deaf ears. At that exact moment I remember Jiro and her enhanced hearing and my blush vanishes and I point her out to Poison. I don't care if somebody finds out I love you, and it seems you don't care if they know who you love judging by the fact you told them. Poison says, and I snuggle back in, not willing to leave her arms ever again. Let go of my student. I hear someone order. Stand down, Vlad King, or you'll no longer be welcome anywhere a plant is. Poison said, deathly calm, and I heard somebody gulp in fear. I'm not letting go of her again. I've already lost her once, and I won't let it happen again. I said into her shoulder, but I'm pretty sure everybody could hear me. It looks like training is cancelled for those two, but it will continue for the rest of you. Nizu announced over the speaker, and I smiled and snuggled even closer before I felt Poison use her quirk to form a cocoon around us. We stayed like that and nobody disturbed us, much to my joy. We stayed like that until we heard an alarm ring, causing both of us to become alert, and Poison opened the cocoon. What's going on? Poison asked curiously. Somebody snuck into UA and nobody can figure out who or where they are. Mr. Aizawa said numbly. They move around like a cat for whatever reason. Kitty Cat, is that you? I called out. Who is Kitty Cat? Hagakure asked curiously. Another person from the past. I answered vaguely. So it really is you, Harley. Who would have thought you and Ivy would become heroes this time around instead of villains? She comments, getting people to stare at us in shock. Though neither of you have your bodies filled with chemicals that manipulate your brain this time either. So they were manipulated by chemicals. Nizu said curiously. I guess I'll have to see if there's a way to use chemicals to turn villains into heroes, or civilians if they can turn people into villains. So you're saying that those two are villains? Mr. Aizawa asked, uncertain. Yet you're the one breaking into school grounds. Actually, in this lifetime neither of them have broken a single law, meaning that they're not, and like I said, they're becoming heroes this lifetime. Catwoman said, coming down from the rooftop, partially but still out of reach for most people. You're wanted dead by the Japanese government along with the entire underworld. Mr. Aizawa says, causing Poison and I to flinch before we lock eyes and nod to each other. She might not be Poison/Quinn, but I care for her and I won't let them get her. Poison and I said in sync. If you attack her, we'll retaliate with force. Oh, protective, just like our Midoriya. Uraraka commented, intrigued. Great, now the slackers are protecting a villain. Vlad King said, getting ready to fight us, along with Aizawa, who glowed his eyes at me. That's the end of the segment. Would you like to see how Harley and Poison died in their past life? I asked them, and All Might nodded determinedly. Quinn, if you love me, then you'll run and survive this night for the both of us. Poison shouted at me. I was so used to taking orders from Joker that I didn't think twice when Poison ordered me to run. I survived that night like she wanted me to, but I didn't have anything left to live for. Joker found me about a month later in Poison's apartment, drunk, trying to forget the pain in my heart and my self-hatred for doing as she asked. She doesn't deserve that pain that she's going through. Kendo said in shock and saddened by the state they see her in. Harley, baby. Joker said, attempting to be charming. Come back to daddy. If I had to choose who to have in our world between him and Mineta, I choose Mineta. Most girls said in disgust. No, was my blunt response. Why would I ever go to the person who killed the woman I loved? If you don't come back, then I'll kill you. He shouted, enraged at not getting his way. Out of nowhere the window crashed open and there he was, Batman in all his glory. Batman, I'm surrendering myself to you. I said, shocking him until he saw the state I was in. Just please tell me Poison Ivy was given a proper burial. She was. He said plainly, but I could hear the sympathy in his voice. Fine, if you won't join me then you'll die. Joker said before I heard the gunshot and felt the pain in my stomach. I felt it, but at the same time I didn't because of the alcohol. No. Most of the people here shouted in anger. You don't kill somebody who is grieving. The villains said, surprising the heroes. Batman actually got mad for my sake. He threw a batarang and took one of Joker's eyes, though I believe that was an accident. Batman knew I wouldn't make it because of how fast I was losing BLD, so he sat by me until I died. He promised that I'd receive a proper burial next to Poison. At least she wasn't alone when she died. Yaozu said sadly. Nobody deserves to die alone, like Midoriya said. This one will be too difficult to explain, and I think it's explained pretty well in the universe. I said, rubbing my temples. Plus, I just worked on a universe that gave me a major migraine, and this Midoriya is part of it. Third-person POV. Whatever that last villain's quirk was, we can't stop it now. Aizawa shouted to his class that was caught up in yet another villain attack. If we get separated, meet up at UA or where UA used to be. Yes, sensei. Class 1A said before the world turned white then black. Time skip. The former guys are hiding in an alley out of sight of everyone except each other, with the exceptions of Aizawa, Ida, and Midoriya. Aizawa having not shown up yet and Ida going to the meetup location. Midoriya is nowhere to be found, though they haven't realized that yet. They just think Midoriya is with the girls. What's going on? Nizu asked curiously. They are in another universe. I answered blankly. Who are you? We're waiting for our friends? Yaoyorozu said to female Ida. Yaoyorozu, it is me, Ida. Ida said, shocking everyone. The rest of the guys that I've found are also girls as well. I'm glad I wasn't the only one. Aizawa said, coming out of seemingly nowhere. Where are the rest of the boys? Aizawa really do be lurking in the shadows in embarrassment. Midnight commented with a chuckle. Follow me, they're hiding in an alley just around the block. Ida said, walking off with the girls and Aizawa following, except Uraraka, who seems to have shut down only for her to be grabbed by Ajui's tongue. I'm back and I brought the girls. Ida called out. Uraraka showing a bi or gay side for girl Ida? Ashido asked teasingly. Please don't come over here? Kirishima said, sounding like she was begging them not to. Do we have everybody? Aizawa asked, wanting a head count. I think so. Sato said before looking. Wait, we're missing one of us. Who? Aizawa called out, failing to hide the worry in her voice. You really do care for them. Present Mike said, not using his quirk, to the shock of everybody. It's Deku. Bakugo shouted. According to the memories that were implanted in my head, she didn't have a good life in this world, and I was always the one to comfort them about it until they disappeared. How bad? Aizawa asked, even more worried. I don't know specifics, all I know is that the nerd's mother wasn't nice to them in this world. Bakugo said back. And that's possibly the worst thing. Deku is emotional and having memories of the other Auntie Inko in Deku's head plus the bad Auntie Inko in this world. It'll be catastrophic to the nerd's mental health. How catastrophic? Aizawa asked, very angry and not even attempting to hide it. The nerd's been missing for 2 years, and in this life I was a dumbass and forgot that Deku's safe place has always been the forest, even in our previous life. Bakugo said. I've checked the entire town, even going as far as to pay people for information. Bakugo really cares in that universe. Yaoyorozu said, no mocking, just surprised at the tone of Bakugo's voice. Well then that's the first place we should check. Koda, this is where you come in. Aizawa said, getting a confident, what do you need from Koda? I need you to ask the animals in the forest if they've seen a green-haired girl. With fox ears. Bakugo chimed in. Or a green fox. Koda then ran off to the forest, having seen the green fox personally. Our quirks are all the same, so why would Midoriya's be different? Yaoyorozu asked, confused. I guess there's no harm in telling you anymore. Bakugo said, huffing, knowing that there's enough confusion that some needs to be alleviated. The nerd was born quirkless in our previous life. All Might gave Deku his quirk and make the nerd his successor. And when did Midoriya receive said quirk? Aizawa asked curiously. The day of the entrance exam, his first time using it was when he saved even Pinker Cheeks from the zero-pointer robot. Bakugo said, coming around the corner with the rest of the former guys following. Okay, first order of business is to find Midoriya, then we've got to somehow convince Nizu of our story without getting ourselves arrested as imposters. Aizawa said, with Koda coming back. I found her and called out to her using her name and she ran from me. She's never done that before. Koda said, confused. What do you mean before? Aizawa asked, confused. I've been seeing a green fox in the forest I go to talk to the animals for a couple years now. Koda explained. Where? Everybody nearly screamed at the formerly shy boy now turned confident girl. Confident Koda is adorable. Hagakure cooed. almost right across the street. Koda said, pointing towards the barely visible trees almost directly across the street. The group bolted out of the alley and into the forest where Jiro tried to use her quirk, but all the stomping around made it impossible. "I can't use my quirk with you jerks being so loud," Jiro shouted at them, agitated. "I gotta find her, I can't let her keep getting hurt," Jiro said, confusing everybody but Bakugo. "So the nerd told you," Bakugo said, and Jiro nodded. "That's why you distanced yourself from me and got closer to the Deku squad." "In that universe I told somebody about my past?" Midoriya asked, confused and a touch concerned. "Yeah, and I'm happy that you were nice to him in this life, but I ain't forgiving you for what you did in the previous one, but it's not my place to tell the others," Jiro said, and Bakugo nodded before looking at the expectant faces of his classmates and the demanding face of Aizawa, whose eyes were promising pain should she not like the answers given. Bakugo was about to use her quirk to run, but Aizawa was quicker and snagged her with her scarf. Bakugo gave up right then and there. Bakugo went on to talk about everything she had done as a he, not just to Midoriya but also the others, and also gave up the names of her 2 former lackeys. Jiro ignored what was going on and eventually found the panicked heartbeat that she knew belonged to Midoriya instinctually. She went in the direction unnoticed by her classmates and teacher. "Izuku, it's all right, it's just me, Jiro," Jiro called out. Izuku/Izumi's POV. "I'm in the forest and I don't dare leave. I'm not safe out there. I'm not safe here either, but I'm safer here than out in the city. I'm sitting in the clearing waiting for the girl I can talk to that I know from the new memories. When she finally arrives, she calls me by my name, which means she's working for her. I run as quickly as I can and hide in terror of her finding me again. I can't go back there. She looks like my mother, but she's the devil incarnate. I'm hiding in a hollow tree trunk when I hear a bunch of people enter the forest, all calling out my name. They're all working for her. I'm no longer safe from her here. I've got to run, but I can't move. Move, stupid fox body, move." I'm trying my best to move as I hear one of them get closer and closer, and I know they're right outside the trunk. "Who's she talking about? Who is she so terrified of?" Midnight asked worriedly. "The Mrs. Midoriya of that universe. That Bakugo's information isn't accurate," I answered. "That Mrs. Midoriya isn't just mean, she's abusive and cruel and all around a monster." "Izuku, it's all right, it's just me, Jiro," I hear a girl call out. I take a peek and she spots me and I recognize her. It's really her. I bolt out of the trunk and directly into her waiting arms, where she holds me in a hug while I shiver in fear. "It's all right, I'm here," Jiro said softly. "That girl earlier was Koda, from our previous life," Jiro says, and I feel bad that I ran from him, her. "We're all here in this life. We're guessing it's a new life and that we were all killed by that villain's quirk," Jiro explains calmly while walking towards the noisy group. Bakugo explained about how your quirk was given to you since you're the only one with a different quirk. She also ended up telling the others what she did to you in the past to the others. I huffed in annoyance at the fact that Cat is out and about spilling my secrets to others without my permission. Jiro chuckles gently and hugs me slightly tighter but not too tight. We are in front of the noisy people when I use my geokinesis to lower the ground they're standing on and get their attention. "Is Pixie Bob here?" Aizawa-sensei asked, confused. "Of course you would blame the cute girl." Pixie Bob pouted. "No, Aizawa-sensei, that was me, problem child," I said into everyone's mind, confusing them. In Jiro's arms. Everybody's heads snapped to my direction, causing me to whimper in fear and Jiro to glare at them, and they all look apologetic. Aizawa-sensei nods her head at me and then looks to the rest of the class. "All right, first order of business is finished, now on to the second," Aizawa-sensei said. "That was interesting. I'd like to see another segment if at all possible," Nizu said, with at least 1,000,000 questions forming in his mind if my guess is correct. "This one is unique to the worlds I run," I said plainly. "What's the differences?" Aizawa asked, his curiosity piqued for whatever reason. "A lot," is all I say. Izuku's POV. Today is another day like every other, yet it feels more deadly but also brighter than all the others. I was awoken from my slumber by the usual kick to the stomach by Inko telling me to get off my blanket on the floor of the empty broom closet. I got up ignoring the pain from the kick like usual and go make breakfast for them. I'm tempted to put poison in it, but I don't due to the fact that I don't really want to hurt anyone. I receive my beating for not having the food done instantaneously like they want, even though it is not possible. I then pick myself up and head to school, not bothering to cover any of the bruises since the only person who cares is Katsumi, and she gets mad when I try to hide my injuries from her. The school knows and doesn't care that my family beats on me. Anyways, school just started and the other twins are already at it, attacking me under the guise of playing heroes and villains, though the guise isn't necessary since none of the teachers care. It's now recess and the kids are all excited since pro heroes are visiting the schools to give a presentation of some kind, though the twins seem to have forgotten as they're attacking me in the playground when Bakugo starts using his quirk on me. Cat spots us and gets in the way, pissing the others off. Okay, for sets of twins in one school, that's interesting. Nizu said nonchalantly while Aizawa muttered about problem children. You dare betray us, Cat-chan? Izumi shouted in rage, with the other 5 agreeing. Kaken, let's show her what happens to those who betray the heroes. As I'm laying on the ground, I see Izumi holding Katsumi in place with her telekinesis while all the others are rounding up to let loose on Kat, and I know that I can't just sit here and let her get hurt, so despite my injuries I get up and shove Kat out of the way and take the attack head on, and everything goes black. What happened to him? Almost everybody questioned in alarm while Midoriya was silent. Third-person POV. Present Mike was pulling up to the school when he spotted what looked like kids roughhousing, so he ignored it until he heard someone using their quirk and was going to intervene, but someone beat him to it. He was walking over when he spotted the kids preparing to attack the one who intervened. He started to run, but he knew he was too far away, when out of nowhere the original victim shoved his savior out of the way. What Present Mike saw next was horrifying. Trigger warning. Present Mike watched the kid's arm fly off the rest of his body. Present Mike screamed, for the first time not using his quirk since getting his license, out of fear for what they had just done to the boy, but he was ignored and heard the group laughing while the one girl sobbed her heart out. Present Mike rushed up and shoved the attackers out of the way before grabbing the girl and the boy and heading quickly for his car, where he set them in the back seat before speeding off using his quirk to make the noise of the police sirens getting the other cars out of the way. He made it to UA in record time before grabbing the kids from the back of the car and rushing to Recovery Girl's office. The people who saw them all gasped in fear while most turned pale or puked, some did both. A few of them screamed and called for the other teachers. It didn't take long until every member of the faculty, including the school therapist, was outside of Recovery Girl's office with a very distraught little girl and Present Mike. How could somebody do that to somebody else, especially as kids? Midnight questioned, alarmed after snapping out of her shock. If that attack had landed directly, it would have killed the girl. I need you to calm down, Mike, unless you want me to get the kid to say what happened. Aizawa threatened. His arm is all Present Mike said. We could all see that it was gone, so what happened? Midnight asked, looking very green. The kids were attacking him when this little listener stepped in. Present Mike said. I had just gotten there and hadn't been able to intervene just yet after I realized that it was an attack rather than roughhousing. What happened next? Nizu urged. They all were about to attack her when he shoved her out of the way. Present Mike said, visibly shaking. Trigger warning over. As soon as the door opened, Katsumi was trying to get in to see Izuku. Recovery Girl, seeing the worry on Katsumi's face, let her past with a word telling her to let him sleep, though she was ignored. We need your help to figure out what has been happening to him. He has too many injuries for it to just be a few kids doing this to him. Recovery Girl said to the therapist, whose quirk allowed her to project memories of the unconscious, allowing others to see and hear. That would be a very useful quirk for interrogation and trauma cases of all kinds. Nizu commented. Everybody entered the room to see Katsumi holding Izuku's only hand. The scene broke their hearts. The fact that a little boy now has lost his arm due to the neglect of a school system, and his friend is now holding his remaining hand, crying and begging for him to wake up. We're gonna project his memories. You can leave if you'd like. Nizu told the little girl. He had a good life until we turned 4. Katsumi says through her tears. I don't know what his home life is like, but I know that at school he's constantly attacked and the teachers actually instigate the attacks. Katsumi informed them. Thank you for the information. Nizu says, letting the girl walk away knowing she doesn't wish to see him in more pain. You may start. Nizu tells the therapist. She walks forward and taps Izuku's forehead and her finger glows blue while she searches for Izuku's 4th birthday. When she finds it, her finger stops glowing but a projection-like image pops up from Izuku's head and the faculty watches Izuku is attacked by his family, by his friends, by his peers and teachers. They see as the only good person in this boy's life is Katsumi. There were only a few clear faces in his memories, those being his parents and sister and Katsumi, though the way he saw Katsumi it was clear that something was going on with his heart towards her. He's strong to have survived all that in 2 years at the ages of 4 to 6. Nizu said, surprised. As the projection ends with the most recent memory, the one where he lost his arm, the light disappears from his forehead and a bright glowing orb appears in front of them before taking the shape of a human. Hi. The person says. My name is Tommy Oliver. Yes, why are you here and how did you get here? Nizu asks curiously as the alarms aren't going off. I was a Power Ranger centuries ago and I've been talking with the first team of Rangers. We've decided to grant our power to this boy so that he may achieve his dream of being a hero despite him not being born with the power. Tommy says to the group, or more like through them. I'm just a hologram set up by Zordon for whoever is watching. He has the ability to view the future briefly but not clearly, so I have no clue about who is watching, but I know Zordon wouldn't allow you to see it if you had any evil intentions. So it seems as if this boy will gain a power from the past. Nizu pondered. All knowledge of how to access the power will be in his subconscious but not our experiences with it. I hope that whoever is watching this will help him train to become strong enough for the coming threat. Tommy said vaguely. Please, train him well, for the incarnation of evil is coming for this power and the source of all life which is hidden on Earth. If they get this power or the source of all life, the universe and multiverse is doomed. What's he talking about? What's the threat to the multiverse? All Might asked, alarmed. Lord Draken, he's an evil mastermind who's already taken over countless universes, and that universe is either where he cements his rule or where he falls. I said bluntly. That Midoriya's got all the tools necessary, but it's up to him to find the will to fight and win. And should he fail? Nizu asked bluntly and emotionlessly. Then the multiverse is doomed, as even I can't stop Lord Draken. I answered honestly. The man then turned back into an orb before flowing into Izuku's body and disappearing. Out of nowhere a ding is heard from the computer, causing all heads to snap towards it from the spooky encounter. We got a hit on his DNA from the database. Recovery Girl says. It turns out that the parents abusing him and using him as a SLV are All Might and psychic like we thought. We can't let him go back to them, and you heard this Oliver guy. Apparently there's a threat coming that this boy will have to face. Nizu says. And for him to be ready he needs to be in a good home that will help him get stronger. Power Loader, I need you to make a combat-ready prosthetic arm that will grow with him. I have a friend who can help with the growing with him part of that. Are you really just gonna believe some random hologram or whatever? Aizawa asked in disbelief. Better to believe it and be prepared than not believe it and already lose the fight. Nizu says calmly. And that's why you're in charge of UA. I said plainly. Stop trying to figure out a way to help that universe. Like I've already said, he has all the tools and help he needs. Next universe, this one is interesting. I said, clapping my hands to get everybody's attention. This is a mostly all-female world, and All Might is kind of a PP in this one, but at least he's not abusive or neglectful. Define pages. Midnight asks curiously. Male genitalia that some women, some men, and some non-binary, among other gender identities, enjoy inside them. I answered with a smirk. Moving on, this is an Omegaverse, meaning you have alphas, betas, and omegas, and your rank determines the mate you can claim. And what are our ranks? Ashido questioned curiously. All Might and Endeavor are both betas and as such can only claim omegas as their mates, but if an alpha chose to they could claim them. I explained, and the Todoroki family burst out laughing. Midoriya is an alpha along with Midnight. Aizawa is an omega. Excuse me, Aizawa said, tilting his head to the side and raising his eyebrow. Just watch, I said, ignoring him. Izumi's POV. I'm at the mall shopping when I spot a figure stalking a group of kids, so I follow her. It doesn't take long for one of the poor kids to wind up alone and the woman makes her move. I see the woman wrap her hand around the poor girl's neck in an obviously threatening manner. The poor dear looks terrified and I just can't have that. I approach them calmly and tap the villain's shoulder. In our universe I was the one Shigaraki got, but in this one it's a Shido? Midoriya questioned, confused. Excuse me, ma'am, but would you mind releasing your hold on the girl's neck? I asked her, and in her shock of being caught her grip loosens. I take advantage of the loosened grip and shove the villain away from the girl and place myself between them. The villain laid on the ground for a few seconds before she was all of a suddenly up and charging at me, but I didn't flinch. The villain placed her hand firmly on my barrier and looked shocked when nothing happened. Before looking at my face and taking on a look of recognition. It appears that Shigaraki recognizes you for whatever reason. I'm sorry, is Midoriya a villain in this universe? All Might questioned, only to be ignored, causing everybody to laugh at him shortly before returning their attention to the universe. You're the one Nemsa has been hunting for 16 years, yet everybody sent after you always fails. She rambled out loud. Oh, that means you know who's sending those pesky villains after me. I commented, not relaxing my posture. Now, stand down, I ordered, using a little bit of my dems, causing the woman to flinch away but did not back down entirely. A beta, huh? Well then, I guess you'll want to do this the hard way then. I then raised my hand in a come hither motion which enraged the woman. Confident Midoriya is kinda hot. Yaoyorozu commented absent-mindedly. Look at Yamamo staking her claim. Hagakure exclaimed excitedly, causing Yaoyorozu to blush. The woman charged at me and tried strike after strike while I stood still until I got bored and started to pity the woman making a fool out of herself and knocked her back with a punch to the stomach. Soon enough, a gorgeous woman dressed in black with a white scarf showed up and the villain retreated into a portal of some kind. Thank you, the girl said from behind me. My name is Ishido Mina, by the way. Midoriya Izumi. I turned to face her and introduced myself with a kind smile. Think nothing of it. After all, as you heard, I finally figured out why villains have been attacking me for seemingly no reason for the past 16 years. What are you talking about? Who are you? The woman dressed in black asked, and I could see the other children from the group gathering behind her. You're a hero if I'm not mistaken, I said, and she nodded. Then you should have heard of me by now, I said, confusing all the children and the woman in black. People call me the untouchable civilian, just call me Midoriya. Yeah, according to what Shigaraki said, the person truly in charge of the LOV has been after her for over a decade and a half. Ishido said, and the hero looked startled. How have they not caught you if they've been after you so long and you don't have a hero bodyguard? She shocked. It's because of my quirk. I'm guessing it's also the reason they're after me in the first place. I answered. It can't be turned off as far as I'm aware. It prevents me from being touched, literally. I could see the problems with that type of quirk in a person's life. Nizu commented, and Midoriya hummed in agreement. I raise my hands towards Ishido and the hero, and both reach out and are shocked when our hands don't touch, but they could feel something. This is so cool, Ishido shouted. I'm touching you, but at the same time I'm not. It's not as cool as it looks, I said with a frown. How could this not be cool? Ishido asked, confused. I haven't felt the touch of another human being since my quirk developed, I said, and she got a look of understanding before looking sad. But it's also what's kept me alive through almost daily villain attacks for 16 years, so it's not all bad, I said, trying to cheer her up, but it just made her even sadder. I just pulled her into a hug, despite me not actually being able to feel it, to comfort her, and she accepted it gladly. We were about to break from the hug until I felt something happen to my quirk before I could actually feel the hug. I turned my head in shock and spotted the glowing red eyes of the hero. I broke the hug after another second before hugging the hero and saying thank you repeatedly. Shortly after that I felt my quirk return, but I was still happy that I was able to feel human contact once more, even if only briefly. Somebody hugged Aizawa-sensei and they didn't die. When I freaked out. Excuse me, miss, we'll need to interview you about what happened along with the girl, an officer said, getting my attention, and I nodded before both Ishido and I followed her. Now, tell Ms. Tsukachi here what happened and then you'll be free to go. The officer said, walking away. Okay, I'll need you to go over everything including reason for being here. She said, taking out a pen and pad. My friends and I were getting stuff for the training camp we're going to soon. Ashido started. They all had different stores they wanted to go to, but I needed new shoes due to my quirk, so I was going off on my own when the villain named Shigaraki grabbed me by my neck. She continued, and Tsukachi was nodding along. That's when Ms. Midoriya showed up and saved me. And you, Ms. Midoriya? She asked. I was here doing a little shopping for stuff for my house when I noticed a figure start to stalk a group of kids, so I started to follow her. I said, and he looked confused. If you saw her then why didn't you call out for a hero? She asked, confused. Because then I would have been arrested for pranking heroes and wasting their time as no crime was yet being committed. I answered, and she nodded sadly. Anyways, after she grabbed Ms. Ashido by the neck and throat, I went up and distracted her before yanking her away from Ms. Ashido and placing myself between them. Ever the hero, you diamond nerd. Bakugo said more jokingly than anything. Did you use your quirk? She asked. My quirk can't be turned off as far as I know, so I'm always technically using it. I answered honestly. And what is the name of your quirk and its abilities? She asked, writing furiously on her pad. It's called Limitless. It creates a barrier around my body that is impenetrable and makes me literally untouchable. I answered. All right, you're both free to go. She said, putting her pen and pad away. Actually, Nazumi would like to meet Ms. Midoriya here, and all students are wanted at UA to be checked out by Recovery Girl, especially you, Ashido. The hero said, so I followed her. Well, that was different. Midnight commented. Talk about a complicated life. I wouldn't survive daily villain attacks for 16 years. Yeah, I know what you mean. A few others said, sighing in exhaustion just thinking about it, while Aizawa groaned and pulled out his sleeping bag, which I made disappear from existence with a snap of my fingers. Okay, this one is different than all the others you've seen so far. I said, getting them all intrigued. For starters, UA is a college and was built near a statue for a specific reason. Do you care to enlighten us? Nizu asked politely. You're about to be, so just watch. I said plainly. Izumi's POV. I call to the spirits to preserve me so that I may prevent any tragedy like this from happening again. I called out. I call to the spirits to give me the power to save somebody else from the same fate as I. I looked at my feet to see a stone pillar rise in front of me before I saw a pedestal rise under my feet, and my feet started turning to stone as well. I didn't fight it, as this was the spirits granting my wish for me. Thank you, spirits. I said before my head too turned to stone. Time skipped several millennium. A college for heroes was built near the statue, as a hero with the power to predict the far future saw the statue crumbling to reveal a woman. The powers the woman possessed is unknown to all, as there are no records of this statue or who is inside it, along with no warning other than what is written on the pillar. Should her terrible history be destined to repeat on another, she shall awaken to stop it, is all the pillar. We've been going over this writing for centuries and nobody has understood it. Does anybody here want to take a guess? Midnight called out as she teaches the history of heroes. Yaoyorozu walked forward and took a closer look at the writing. From what it says, it seems like something terrible happened to her and she sacrificed the rest of her life in order to prevent the same fate from befalling anyone else. Yaoyorozu said, getting a nod from Midnight. That is one potential. Another could be that a hero or somebody from the past wanted to prank the future generations, and this is the result. Midnight said before a portal opened and out came a group of villains everybody is very familiar with, especially one plus extra villains. Not those demon extras again. Get a life, you losers. Bakugo shouted, not caring that they are in the room with him. The villains immediately surrounded the students, that way nobody could come to their aid this time. A villain went to grab Uraraka only to have a beanbag hit him in the face that was blasted from a grenade launcher. That would definitely hurt. Kaminari commented with a cringe. Don't you dare think I'll let you lay a hand on any of them. Yaoyorozu shouted, already reloaded and her eyes quickly snapping in random directions. Mama Bear mode has been activated. Hagakure cheered, causing Yaoyorozu to get flustered. Yo Momo for the win. Ashido shouted excitedly despite the serious nature of the situation. You think it's funny, girly, let's see how you like getting attacked. The villain said before shooting a gun aimed right at her only for the bullet to stop right in front of Ashido and drop to the ground. The next thing anybody heard was a loud crack followed by another and another. Look, the statue, it's glowing. One villain shouted in fear. I see why the school was built near the statue now. Nizu commented while chuckling. Is this a defense mechanism of the school or something? Another shouted in fear. Spirits, I call to thee once more, strike down all those who intend to harm innocents. They heard a voice come from the statue. I call upon thine spirit Ifrit to burn them to ashes for the atrocity they have attempted to commit today and all the atrocities they have committed. The anger was clear in the second line, but Yaoyorozu and Midnight both also heard the pain in it as well. Fire surrounded everybody, including the villains, which caused heads to turn to the just as surprised Todoroki, who wasn't doing anything. Kurogyri, get us out of here. Shigaraki shouted in fear. Kurogyri teleported all important members of the LOV out of there but left the cannon fodder behind to give them time to escape. The next thing that was heard were partial screams of pain, as before they could finish their screams the villains were already dead. Nothing was left of the villains when the flames disappeared, not even ash or items. A few more cracks were heard before the statue burst, and a woman dropped at their feet unmoving except for the subtle rise and fall of her chest. Demon, she killed them all in an instant. Dabi commented surprised. Ah, no BLD. Toga pouted. The story is true then. Midnight gasped in shock. We have to get her to the infirmary. What's with the rush? She clearly fine, so we should be able to simply walk back. Kaminari asked, confused. Because she's been a statue for several centuries, meaning her body isn't ready for whatever virus are flying around in our world, so she could die if we don't get her to Recovery Girl. Yaoyorozu said with plain worry in her voice. And I won't let her die until we thank her properly for saving our lives. She vowed. Ida, you run back using your quirk to get somebody to meet us halfway with some type of transportation. Understood. Ida said, running off ahead. I will return as quickly as possible. Midnight, Sensei, does anyone have any idea what happened to her that caused her to become a statue? Yaoyorozu asked worriedly. I can answer that after whoever is holding me puts me down. Izumi says, having woken up. She's a zombie. Mineta screamed in fear, causing everybody to facepalm. Izumi's POV. I wake up while someone is carrying me and others are talking about me, so I make it known that I'm awake. As soon as I speak, I am dropped to the ground roughly. Ow. I comment. Well, at least I got what I wanted in the end. Sorry, I didn't mean to drop you. A boy with red hair said apologetically. Are you alright? Kid, I've been stoned for dash. I started before I realized that I have no clue. Never mind, point is, it didn't hurt. Now I feel bad for her. She's been stoned for forever and the first thing she has to do is fight as soon as she wakes up. Yaoyorozu commented with her head down. You were going to explain what happened to you? A woman in weird clothing asked. Well, that doesn't help as they are all in weird clothing, and 20 of them are in almost the same outfit with a difference in the lower garment. Is the uniform really weird? Nizu questioned, confused. I thought it looked pretty good. It is to somebody from times that didn't have uniforms. I said plainly, and the others just shrugged. Yeah, though it would be preferable to get inside first since I have no clue what type of wildlife resides in these woods. I answered, and a few of them nodded. Plus we need to check your immune system to ensure you won't get sick and die from the illnesses floating around nowadays. The oldest of the odd group said, and I just went along with it. That was really different. I rather enjoyed it, minus the killing though. Uraraka said with a shrug of her shoulders. What are you talking about? You're a part of the murder squad. I said, confused and scaring the others present. The Deku squad got that nickname after 3 of your members took down Stain and nearly killed him. Now, this is another unique one to me at least. I said, drawing their attention to me once more and away from the Deku squad. In what manner? Midoriya questioned, slightly alarmed. Well, nobody related to you is the focus, nor is it an additional person type of universe either. I said, shocking them. Actually, only the beginning even takes place in your universe. Now you've got my full attention. Nizu said giddily. Kaga's, female Kigo, POV. Things are very bad right now. I've got a busted arm, Aizawa-sensei and 13-sensei are down for the count, the class is too petrified to move, and All Might is losing. I can't just sit by because without All Might us and all of Japan is doomed, if not the world. Is that Hawks is a girl? Denki shouted questioningly. Yes, and she was your classmate in that universe. I stated before silencing everybody to prevent further questions. I plucked my last 2 feathers before leaping in to save All Might by slicing the limbs off the Nomu in an instant. All Might was then freed to fight, and while he dealt with the Nomu who was busy regenerating its limbs, everything went black for me. Oh no, what happened to her? Midnight questioned alarmed. Third-person POV. All Might was sure he was going to die in this battle until he was released out of nowhere. He looked and spotted one of the students with 2 feather swords and featherless wings on her back. He quickly dealt with the Nomu before it could regenerate and looked back at the student to thank her only to see her get taken away by the warp villain known as Kurogiri. All Might then rushed at the villains and wiped them out before they could escape, and then the rest of the faculty arrived. The villains were all rounded up while All Might, 13, and Eraserhead were all taken to the hospital to get their injuries tended to. Per All Might's request, Kurogiri was kept at UA for them to try and figure out where he sent Kaga. Send me there, I'll kill him for abducting her. Midnight said, more than likely forgetting that their Kurogiri is in the room with them, that or she's not connecting the two, which is good I think. It's been 3 days and Aizawa, All Might, and Nizu are in a room with Kurogiri cuffed to the table in quirk-canceling cuffs. The faculty are all very angry at Kurogiri, but he was still treated humanely. I'll ask once more, either bring young Takami back or tell us where she is so we can get her back ourselves. All Might demanded. I do not know where she is at and I can't get her back. Kurogiri responded politely. When I created that warp, something went wrong with my quirk and she is either dead or she's no longer on this planet, or possibly even in this universe. Bring out the flamethrower. Midnight demanded. What flamethrower? Present Mike questioned, confused and alarmed. Nothing you need to worry your innocent little head over, Mike. Nizu said like Present Mike was a kid. So you're saying that your quirk malfunction went so wrong that she could have ended up in a universe where we're all evil and she's the only good guy there for all we know? Nizu asked politely, but just by the glint in his eye you could tell that he hated Kurogiri with every fiber of his being. That is certainly a possibility, but it is impossible to know for sure. Kurogiri responded. Please tell me that a world like that doesn't exist. All Might practically begged me. There is a universe where all of 1A and their teachers are evil. I answered, causing everybody to worry. So the best we can hope for is that she lives a good life wherever she's at, or that she finds a way to get back to us on her own. Nizu deduces, and the staff watching this are saddened at the fact that the ward of UA is now gone, possibly for good. Midnight burst into tears for the girl she thought of as a daughter, while Present Mike felt lost without his favorite niece/little listener. Vlad King enjoyed talking with her, while both 13 and Ectoplasm liked being around her because she never made rude comments or nasty remarks about their looks, even as a child. Instead, she admired their looks. This is why villains are some. They spread pain to innocents without a thought for how their actions affect others. All Might said with his skeleton fist clenched. Before the next part of the universe shows up, I must tell you that she's been in the new universe for about a month, maybe 2 at this point. I said, and everybody made a noise to tell me that they heard me. Kaga's POV. I can't believe that dude, he really blasted Nagumo rather than trying to save him. I leaped over and dive-bombed to try and save him, but the behemoth knocked into me, knocking me out and in a different direction, so I'm running around the dungeon like a chicken with its head cut off. Fried chicken, it's been so long since I last tasted it, looking for him and slicing whatever monsters I run into to pieces. As I'm running, I hear somebody laughing insanely, so I rush in that direction. As I get there, I see a white-haired, one-armed dude with a gun and a dead bear. He's looking a little rabid. Are you sure he's safe to be around? Yaoyorozu asked, alarmed at the state of the man on screen. As long as you don't make him your enemy. I answered blankly. Hajime, is that you? I asked warily due to him looking a little off-kilter. Keiga? He questioned unbelieving. Why are you all the way down here? I leaped off the bridge to try and grab you. I answered a little shyly and embarrassed. The behemoth kinda knocked me out while throwing me in a different direction. I just woke up a few hours ago, I believe. She pulled a Midoriya. Ashido and the rest of the crackheads in 1A, excluding Midoriya himself, shouted before laughing. At least somebody tried to save me. He said calmly, but I could see the anger and feeling of betrayal in his eyes. Of course I'm gonna save the boy I look at as a little brother, that or I'm going to die trying. I replied, pulling him into a hug. You can cry if you want to, you know. As soon as I said that, he started to cry. That is until my stomach rumbled. Right, you haven't eaten in at least 2 days. Hajime commented, causing my blush of embarrassment to worsen. The only thing I've got is monster meat, and you'll need to drink holy water immediately after you eat a bite or it could possibly kill you, but we'll have to get back to my temporary camp first since I don't want to be out in the open with you unconscious. Monster meat? Aizawa questioned, confused and alarmed. You'll find out next time, I said bluntly, leaving no room for an argument. After that, he led me back to a small tunnel that wouldn't fit my wings, so I just stood there silently, but I did open them so that way when he came back he'd realize the error in his judgment quite quickly. It took him about 2 minutes before he came back and immediately face-bombed. He then widened it as he went so that way I would fit. When we reached the bottom, he widened that as well so that it could fit 2 people a bit better. He then handed me a piece of meat and I bit into it and didn't feel any pain, so I continued and was able to finish it before I felt a burning all over my body, almost making me scream out. Hajime handed me a flask of water which I took a drink of quickly before I passed out. Hajime's POV. I could see the pain in her eyes, but she didn't even whimper. I guess she's just stronger than me. I watched the changes that took place while she slept. Her hair went from a golden blonde to pitch black and her wings turned from a slightly light red to a dark crimson red color. She grew in muscle and height like I did, and she is now taller than me again, and I just finally was taller than her and didn't even get to call her a shorty. I already knew from experiencing it myself that everything about her became stronger, which means her feathers probably can't be blocked by anything anymore, as only one metal was able to block them before. Anyways, she'll be out for a while and I don't want to feel any creepier than I already do, so I'm going to sleep. Definitely don't want to eat monster meat ever in my life. Most people said worried for the girl. Why did her appearance change so much? Nizu questioned curiously. Not only did her body put itself into its physical prime, but the appearance change is due to stress on the body and the monster meat slightly rewriting their genes to accommodate itself. I answered thoughtfully. At least that's my best guess, so don't go quoting me on that. This is a bad one. I'm glad the kids aren't here for this one. I commented with a sigh. What's the worst it could be? It's Deku we're talking about? Uraraka asked, confused. I'll let you just get into it, I said, shutting my eyes tiredly. Izuku's POV. I'm sorry, Sonny. Recovery Girl says with her head down, crying for the boy who had become like a grandson to her. You're dying, Kurama's energy is killing you. No, not my baby. Ms. Midoriya shouted, already crying. Most everybody is too distraught at the information of Deku's life expectancy to really react anymore, but they're all still paying attention, so I leave it playing. That can't be right, Kurama says in tears. I don't want this. I know you don't, Kurama. Recovery Girl says, patting his head. It's something that is out of everybody's control. A human body isn't meant to have your energy. How long do I have? I asked. If you're lucky, a little over a year. Recovery Girl says. I guess this is the price for having godlike power. I say. I don't blame you for this, Kurama. You are the best partner I could ever ask for. I got out of the bed and went to the dorms. On my way, I put on my smile, even if it was a fake version of it, and almost everybody who looked could see through it, though most people didn't care enough to actually look. I eventually made it to the dorms and entered to see my classmates looking extremely worried, and their worry only became worse when they spotted the fake smile. What's wrong, Mophead? Juro asked, worried. It's not good, is all I say before sitting on the couch. I'm dying. What do you mean you're dying, nerd? Kaken asked quietly, stunned by the information. I mean, I've got at most a little over a year before I die. Recovery girl herself told me this. I answered. Why are you dying? What's causing it? Kaken shouted, tears threatening to fall while most of the class was already crying. I don't want this. Kurama said, also crying though he'd never admit it. I don't. You're doing this to him. Kaken shouted in anger. Kaken leapt at Kurama but stopped when I got in the way. Recovery girl said that it's not his fault, that he has no choice in this. I explained. His energy is poisonous to humans. I'm just like Dabi, my body didn't mutate to be immune to my own quirk. I don't want this. Repeated a still crying Kurama, getting Jiro to look at him to see how distraught he is and pick him up in a hug. I don't deserve your kindness, Jiro. I'm killing my own friend and brother. Unless you're doing this on purpose, then you do deserve kindness, and from what's been said you aren't. Jiro said stubbornly, still hugging Kurama. Out of nowhere the door bursts open and a bunch of people rush in and hug me. I can pick out faces of the teachers and 1B and the big three, and worst of all is a crying Eri who becomes my top priority in soothing her. Now, what are you all doing here? I asked, fake scolding them, even the teachers. We heard the news. Kendo says. We had to come see you as you are one of the few in this world that would have brought honor to the title of hero. You honor me, Kendo, but you can all bring honor to that title if you so choose to. I said with a bright and true smile at seeing how many people care about me. You are a true hero. Stain said from his seat with tears falling down his face. Why do true heroes get dealt the worst in life? Because only those who know true pain can truly help others through it or inspire them to keep pushing forward in life. I answered him. You're the only one in Class A that I like. If you die, then how am I going to be able to stand Class A? Minoma asked. A lot of us don't look down on others, even Kaken is getting his attitude under control, so soon enough you'll have no reason to not like Class A. I replied with a gentle smile. And maybe when you become a teacher you can discipline that kind of behavior out of your students as a way to prevent this kind of situation. How did you know that I wanted to be a teacher? He is shocked. Because it's written in your heart. I answer vaguely, but they accept it. Time went by slowly and we all hung out and talked, and soon the wild pussycats showed up with a crying Koda. How dare you? Koda screamed at me and I understood. I was someone he looked up to, and here I am dying on him as well. This isn't my choice, Koda. I said to him quietly but with a gentle smile. He tackled me and started to bawl his eyes out on my chest while I hugged him tightly. The WWP looked at me sadly, unsure of what to say. I just waved them into the hug and all but Tiger joined Koda and I. Get in here, Tiger, don't make me grab you. I threatened. He just turned his head, so I moved my arms behind Koda's back and made the hand sign for shadow clones, and they appeared and grabbed Tiger, pulling him into the hug. Eventually he gave in and started crying too. Then the others started crying again, including Eri, who I then brought to the center with Koda and I and hugged her tight as well. Eventually everybody passed out in the common room and I went up to my dorm to get my hero suit, and on my suit I spotted a hero license and a note. Dear Izuku, we know that you'll never sit still and waste what little time you have, so we already got you your license so you don't have to go the vigilante route like you started to plan to as soon as you heard the news. We hope you have a safe career even though it's unlikely. From the staff. I went back downstairs and everybody was up and looking for me and were shocked to see me with my hero suitcase. You were planning to go vigilante, weren't you? Yayarozu more stated than asked, and I nodded. But I won't be able to, seeing as I've got my license now. I said, shocking them. No way. Kaminari said, crossing his arms, so I held it up to them. After a few of them inspected it, they all believed me and were shocked. How'd you get it? Siro and Mina questioned loudly, almost waking the kids. Quiet down before you wake Eri and Koda. I scolded. And it is a gift from the UA staff. Principal Nizu predicted that you'd choose to spend your time saving people rather than feeling sorry for yourself, and he was right like always. Dadzawa said. Well, Dadzawa, I guess this is goodbye for now. I said, getting a gasp out of Mina and Hagakure. How did I not think of that? They shouted, causing Eri and Koda to wake up, so I went over and hugged them, saying goodbye before my phone rang. Hi, Mom. I said, answering the phone with a smile. What are you saying? I asked, heartbroken upon hearing her words. No, you're not like that, I don't believe you. I said, tears forming in my eyes, worrying everybody except Jiro, who looked pissed. Why are you doing this to me? She didn't answer, just hung up. I froze, hoping this is just a nightmare, but it wasn't. That was proven when Jiro hugged me close, not letting go. I'm gonna go kill somebody tomorrow. You're all welcome to tag along as long as you don't try to stop me. Jiro said, spotting the tears streaming down my face with no end in sight. Why, what happened that caused Deku-kun to be so sad? Uraraka asked worriedly. That was his mother, well, former mother, calling to tell him she no longer cares about him since he won't be able to give her the fortune she wanted, as that's the only reason she kept him around, because of his god-level quirk. Jiro answered, half growling. They're all broken, so I guess it's time to send them back to their own world to have time to process the universes they've seen. I snapped my fingers and my personal dimension is now vacant, excluding me. I snapped my fingers and brought everybody back again. This time both the villain group and hero group were all beaten up. Were you guys in the middle of a fight just now? I asked curiously. Yes, we were. Aizawa says tiredly. It's been 3 months, didn't think you'd be bringing us back again. Well, I can always send you back to fighting if this is getting boring for you, I suggested, and they all sat down tiredly. I took that as my answer. Big problem with this next universe. What is it? Nizu asked curiously. The world thinks only males got quirks, I answered, confusing many of them. Both Overhaul and Eri, or Eren in this universe, are among the first generation of quirks. I understand mostly, Nizu said thoughtfully. Overhaul uses Eri's quirk on himself in a moderate amount to make himself immortal, and every time Eri loses control of her quirk she slightly reverts her age, but she can only go back to the age where she first received her quirk. I explained. Izumi's POV. In exchange for this power you must kill every demon you see until you are the new ruler of hell, the man said before he put his hand on my head, and it felt like he lit me on fire. Earth cannot survive the way Blackheart made it. You must fix this world. I'm confused. What's going on, and why is the girl Deku in the woods? Uraraka asked, confused. What's going on? That man there is the devil. I pointed at the dying man. Midoriya just made a deal with him. Avenge him and she gets to keep the power he gave her. Curiouser and curiouser, Nizu said with a smirk. How can I do it? I asked with clear determination in my eyes despite the pain. How can I set the world right? Zarathos will guide you. I have cured his insanity, he said before he let out his last breath. Before I could even think about digging a grave or anything for him, his body burned away in my arms. I stood up and walked further into the forest. I've got to find out how to fulfill my end of the deal. I just don't know how my new power works. I can help you with that, girl, a voice said from seemingly nowhere and everywhere. I'm inside you. My name is Zarathos. Revelry in the dark, Tokoyami said out of nowhere. So you're the power that the man put inside me, I commented through my thoughts, and he hummed. So how do I activate your power? Our power. Without you I would die, and without me this power wouldn't exist, Zarathos said. So it is our power, not just yours and not just mine. Okay, so how do we activate our power? I asked, with emphasizing the clarification. We must wait until nightfall for the first transformation, Zarathos said. You cannot handle my angel side just yet, young one, Zarathos warned, and I nodded. We will kill sinners. Are you truly okay with that? Killing is not very hero-like, Ida said, causing Stain to laugh like crazy. That, coming from you? Stain asked through his laughs, confusing almost everybody. The kid who tried to kill me saying killing and not heroic? What are you talking about? Ashido asked, very confused. Not being explained right now, I said before it could go any further. Yes, I am. In this world women are mere objects used for reproduction, meaning almost all the sinners are male, and I have no issue with killing them, I answered coldly. The only good male in existence that I'm aware of was just killed. I can understand her anger, Yayorozu said with a shiver. Many suitors look at me like an object. It's a fate I wish to share with nobody. Yes, your father, it's all in your memories. Zarathos said, causing me to pause in my steps. You needn't worry, you'll receive my memories through your dreams. If you receive them all at once you'd go insane like I did so long ago. I continued walking through the forest until I found a cave that wasn't big but it wasn't small either. I walked into the back of the cave and laid down to go to sleep, to forget the terrible events of today. Zarathos POV. This girl is hurting beyond what her voice and face let on. I have to help her heal or find someone who can. I know I'm supposed to hate Mephisto for what he did to me, but he put me in her, and with her I can bring both vengeance upon the wicked and evil and justice for the innocents. I'll help her fulfill her end of the deal with you, Mephisto, and that will be my thank you to you for finding me the perfect host. Izumi's POV. When I woke up it was dark outside. I exited the cave before calling out for Zarathos mentally, which came with a quick response. Yes, it is time, child. Zarathos said. This will hurt, and it'll only hurt worse if you resist. He warned. Let the change happen, surrender to it, and you'll come out of the flames stronger. After he said that I felt the burn. I watched as my feet caught fire and the fire spread upwards until I was completely covered in it. I felt the pain, but pain is nothing new for me, so it didn't affect me all that much. Soon after that I was inside my mind with Zarathos while I could see my body moving. Freaky, she's a skeleton like Small Might, except Small Might has hair still. Shigaraki said before bursting out laughing along with a few others. For the first shift the body is on autopilot, so neither of us can really do anything. Zarathos informed me. But in the meantime, would you like me to train you to fight? It could be helpful for any instance where I can't use the power we hold. I pondered. Please train me to fight without relying solely on the power. Smart, I like that problem, child. Aizawa said quietly, but not quiet enough judging by the awes coming from around the theater. As soon as the words exited my mouth he swung and I ducked, but he didn't stop there. He pressed forward, constantly attacking until I parried and counterattacked, which he stopped before putting some space between us. It seems you know at least a little bit of how to fight, he said, sounding impressed. Next round I'll go harder and faster. Each time you're able to parry or counter I'll kick it up until we are on even footing when fighting, then I'll bring my powers into it and you'll have to learn how to bring them into your own fighting style. I should train my students like that, Aizawa said with a dark chuckle while his students shivered in fear. Looking forward to it, but I think my body has found a large source of sins, I said, breathing a little harder than when I first came in. It appears so, but there is an innocent here, so you'll have to be ready to fight for control from the spirit of vengeance side of me, Zarathos said. This me is the angel side, the side that you won't be able to use until both your mind and body is ready, as my fires are hotter and more damaging than my demon side. Alright, any tips on how to gain control? I asked semi-hopefully. Fight like hell, Zarathos said, watching out like a window-type area at what was going on. Wait a minute, I'd recognize those masks anywhere. The Yakuza survived until this time, eh? Not anymore, it appears, I commented, and Zarathos chuckled and nodded. We watched as my body killed every last member of the gang, even the highest up, until it paused at a room. Why did my body stop? I asked, very confused. Because there's an innocent inside that room along with the biggest sinner in the whole building, Zarathos answered. Now's the time to take control. Everybody in the theater is dead silent, dreading but also hopeful at the same time about what they're about to see. After he said that, I created a mental image in order to fight for control of my body. It was like a game of chess, and as soon as every piece was set up, the vengeance side of Zarathos appeared on the other side of the board and made the first move. At the rate we are going, it's going to be a tie until I got an idea. I would very much enjoy playing chess with her, Nizu said cheerily. No, she'd kill you without hesitation since you are male, I answered. But if you were able to survive that, she'd leave, as she has no intention of hanging with any male aside from Eren. No matter which of us wins, the sinner is going to die. I'll just do it in a way that ensures the innocent's survival. After I said that, the skull formed a face similar yet opposite of the angel's face, like twins, but one is blonde and the other has pitch black hair. He nodded before tipping over his king and thus forfeiting the match and giving me control of my body. As soon as I was back in total control, I looked at my skeleton hands and then melted the door rather than opening it. On the other side was a man in a bird mask holding his hand over a child that looked terrified. "You won't take him from me!" the sinner screamed. "I'll kill him before I let that happen." I didn't even speak before I disappeared and reappeared, but this time with the little boy in my arms. I set the boy behind me before slowly walking towards the sinner. The sinner placed his hand on the grounds and spikes launched at me. The child screamed for me to move out of the way, but I didn't. As soon as the spikes were about to touch me, they melted to the surprise of both of them. He tried again with even more spikes but got the same results as before, and before he could try again I was already in front of him. I grabbed his jacket collar and made him look at me before the spirit of vengeance took slight control. "Your soul is stained with the blood of the innocent, feel their pain," he said in a feminine but gravely voice to my surprise. "Revelry in the dark," Tokoyami said, sounding happy. I watched as I burned his soul until his eyes turned to charcoal, and I dropped his body before I changed my body back to normal and went over to the boy. "That was very different and very dark," Nizu commented. "These are very interesting to watch, so what is next?" "So many snacks, so little time," I said with a smirk. "No way in hell did you make Deku venom?" Bakugo shouted, terrified. "Are you ready?" I asked with a smirk on my face while everybody was excited. Though be warned, this one is also dark. "Aren't they all?" Midoriya asked with a sigh. "I think so," I answered thoughtfully. Izuku's POV. "I've been treated like a freak my whole life, from my boy name despite me being a girl to my quirk. I've got a sentient quirk that seems to think humans would taste good. I'll never let him find out though. I passed the exam in first just using venom like a WHP and ripping robots apart that way, so I wasn't treated like a freak or attacked because somebody thought I was a villain." "Hi, I'm Ishido Mina, what's your name?" a pink-haired girl asked hyperactively. "Izuku," I answered plainly. "It's nice to meet you. Do you not have a family name?" she asked curiously while tilting her head to the side. "Sorry, that was rude and intrusive. Don't mind me, I'm just the nosy alien," she said, the last part in a fake cheerful voice that I knew from experience was meant to cover up pain. All my friends used to call me an alien, so I guess it kinda stuck for me. Before anybody asks, I actually like referring to myself as an alien, as I mean it as a light-hearted joke. Ishido said just as people turned to her, about to apologize to her. "You're not an alien, you're just a appealing girl who had terrible friends," I said gently but firmly. "Besides, you don't turn into a 9-foot-tall, nearly all-black muscle-bound form with razor-sharp teeth." I said that part self-deprecatingly. Now I think it's time to be seated since the teacher is laying on the ground behind the podium. "You are now both my favorite and least favorite student. I can already tell you're going to be a problem child," a man with long black hair and clearly visible from a distance eyebags said while raising into a standing position while still inside of a sleeping bag. "Now, you are all irrational and I'll have to work you on that." He started his lecture. "I have 3 years to mold you into the best heroes you can be, and I don't intend to waste a single second of that time. Put these on and get to the field. You have 5 minutes or you're expelled." "Is that how your class is?" Minoma asked worriedly. "Yes. We've always got the threat of expulsion hanging over us," Aoyama stated. "Would you like to SWH classes? Or how about teachers?" I got up along with everybody else and we all grabbed a gym uniform in our size before booking it to the changing rooms. I hid behind my locker door as I changed to hide the scars on my body. When I shut the locker door, a few of the girls looked at me curiously while I exited the room and headed towards the field quickly. I have a feeling we're going to end up with a lot of pressure during this activity. "Good, you're here in under 5 minutes, by a single second, but still, if you're early then you're on time and if you're on time then you're late," he said, though I tuned the most of it out. "The rest of you, however, are later than late. I expect you to work on it." "Yes, sensei," they answered quietly and a touch nervously. "All right, today we're doing a quirk apprehension test," he stated, bored. "It's like those regular fitness tests you took in middle school, except you get to use your quirk." "That sounds so fun," Ishido cheered. All of Class 1A groaned in remembrance. Fun, you say? In that case, whoever gets last place is expelled. Sensei said with a big grin on his face. That's not fair. A girl with brown hair and a permanent blush on her cheeks said, pouting. Fair, you said? Do you think natural disasters or villain attacks are fair? That people losing their loved ones is fair? Sensei said while glaring at the poor girl, causing me to step in front of her. Life isn't fair, and it's a hero's job to combat that unfairness. He said, giving up on trying to glare at the girl. First place, get your butt in the circle. Oh, protective Midori? Ashido questioned a blushing Midoriya and Uraraka. I walked forward while Sensei's scarf snagged Bakugo, who looked pissed at having been bested, and by me no less. How could a monster be better than me? Bakugo shouted in anger, causing looks of confusion to appear on everybody's faces. You're about to see what I was talking about in the classroom earlier, Ashido, especially since I can't go easy on anybody if I don't want to be expelled. I said, causing a look of realization to appear on her face. I walked forward and snagged the ball flying at the back of my head without looking. I stood in the circle as calm as can be. You ready, Venom? I asked him telepathically. Let's do this, let's show them how awesome we are. He cheered before I felt him form around me. We reeled our arm back and flew it forward faster than the average I could see, and it took a total of 5 seconds before the air pressure hit us after the shockwave. See, she's a monster. She's even worse than those villains. Bakugo shouted. She's gorgeous. Ashido said in a trance-like state. Venom peeled back to reveal half of my face and left his face covering the other half. We are no villain and we are no monster. Venom. Then Venom recovered my face with his. Ashido approached and I didn't expect what she did. Rather than scream in fear or start calling me a villain or monster, she placed her hand on mine and Venom's cheek and smiled at me gently. You are not a monster, and you are not a villain, just like I'm not an alien. She said softly. I don't care who all's told you that you are, but you aren't. Stop lying to her, you pink alien freak. Bakugo shouted before I used a part of Venom to slap him and knock him out. Knocked out in a single hit. Monoma shouted while laughing, only to he himself be knocked out in a single hit by Kendo. She's not an alien or a freak, you are a villainous kid and have been since you got your quirk, always bullying others and putting them down to make yourself feel better. I said in disgust at him while Venom receded. The Kaken I knew as a little kid before our quirks showed up is gone. You knocked him unconscious, you know that, right? Ashido asked and I nodded. Yeah, I wasn't going to let him continue what he's been doing unstopped since preschool. I said gently but firmly. I couldn't do anything before because any move I would have made in retaliation the faculty would have lied and said I attacked for no reason. I explained. They acted like he was some messiah for the school that would bring them fame for having taught such an amazing future pro, all because he had a good quirk. Well, I can guarantee that any of that kind of behavior won't be continued in you. We'll make sure to WHP him into shape in no time flat. Someone said from Sensei's scarf. Continuing on, we've got no time to waste. Sensei said, ignoring the voice from his scarf. Bakugo will have to make this up after school. I think they are all broken and speechless. I'll give them a break while I pull up the next universe. Dark again. I said, and they all just gave me a deadpan look. Izumi's POV. Everybody hates me because of my quirk. The instant anybody hears what it is, they either hurt me or they run away. Nobody wants me around, so I should find out why. It's time to see what my quirk is all about. I try to activate it and a door appears in front of me and a key appears in my hand. I walk forwards and put the key in the lock and turn only for a bright light to appear and the world around me to vanish and get replaced with torch lights and solid stone walls. What just happened? Nizu asked curiously. Midoriya activated her quirk for the first time. I answered vaguely. System alert. Welcome player. Status report. Name. Izumi, no surname/family name. 6 years of physical age. 6 years of mental age. LVL 1 EXP required 500. Damage 3 to 7. Attack 81. Defense 14. Life 122 of 122. Stamina 51. Mana 21. Strength 25. Dexterity 20. Vitality 25. Magic 10. What's going on? I questioned in fear. Just then I heard something coming my way slowly. I backed up until I was up against the wall where the door used to be. I watched as a blob of something was moving on its own like it was a living being. What is that? I questioned in an almost silent whisper. Spell Identify is being activated. Monster, blob. LVL 1. Life? Instructions, kill it to survive. How do I kill it? I questioned the voice in my head. Opening inventory. A display screen appeared in front of me and showed a diagram of an axe, and when I hovered over it with my hand it displayed the information naming it a hand axe. I did a grabbing motion and the axe started to move, but I didn't feel it, and a box up above lit up green, so I placed it there and the axe appeared in my hand and I am unable to let go of it. I shrieked when I lost control of my fingers and the blob noticed me. It started moving towards me slowly. I went to back up when I realized I am trapped against the wall in a corridor with a doorway that the blob came through on the right side of the corridor. I have no choice, and I won't let all the suffering I've already gone through go to waste. I shouted at the blob but got no response as it just kept coming at me. I charged forward and swung the axe straight down, and when I hit the blob it recoiled momentarily before it resumed its advance, and it hit me and it hurt, but I only felt like I'd bruise at most. I swung the axe again and the same momentary recoil happened before it lunged, but this time I leaped backwards and dodged its attack. I lunged forwards and struck the blob for a third time, and this time it shrunk into a small puddle on the floor unmoving. EXP gained plus 5 EXP. The blob dropped an item. Identify. I ordered. Hand axe. Damage 3 to 7. Open inventory. I called out and the screen appeared in front of me. I moved the axe to my other hand on the diagram and it appeared just like the first one. I looked at it and smiled. Despite this whole situation being terrible, it's actually pretty cool. I moved forward and entered the room that the blob exited from, only for the small smile on my face to drop. It's filled with more blobs and several giant rats and even a couple bats. I can't run as I have no exit, meaning I have to fight. Oh no, Midoriya said, worried for his alternate self. The first thing to charge at me was a rat, but I dodged it before swinging both axes into its skull, killing it immediately. Critical hit. XP gained plus 3. The rat dropped an item. I ignored the pop-up and continued to fight. I was chopping through the mobs as quickly as I could, but I was getting hurt badly. I finally got it down to the last bat before I finally killed that one too. She needs recovery, girl. All Might shouted in worry. Open inventory. I said out of breath. The screen showed up again and I saw a few red vials along with a pair of gloves and a belt. I moved the gloves to my hand slot, but they didn't appear. I looked at the belt and it was glowing. I hovered my hand over it and it told me to use the identification spell on it. Identify the belt. I said and hovered my hand back over it again. The belt had a unique effect of plus 1 life regained per second along with an additional 3 defense, and adding that to the gloves 5, that should raise my defense stat up 8. As soon as I put it on, it did appear on my waist, unlike the gloves. Status report. As soon as the words left my mouth, a screen popped up. Name: Izumi, no surname/family name. 6 years of physical age. 6 years of mental age. LVL 1 EXP required 127. Damage 6 to 14. Attack 81. Defense 22. Life 35 of 122. Stamina 51. Mana 21. Strength 25. Dexterity 20. Vitality 25. Magic 10. Okay, so my armor increases my defense stat, which should lower the damage I take from my enemies. I pondered before wiping away the status report and turned back to the inventory screen. Identify the red vial. Minor health potion. Drinking this will return 20 life points. I'll save those for an emergency. Is there any way that I can put them where I can access them easily? Placing them in a hotbar slot will place them on your belt for easy access. Just tapping it with your hand or weapon will use it, so be careful of movements. Thank you, whoever you are. I said to no one. Suggested course of action is to wait for the monsters while in this room, as they will slowly arrive, probably one at a time or potentially a small group, and while waiting your health will regen. Okay, I'll do that. With that I sat down and watched my life stat return until I heard the wings of a bat, and the noise was approaching at a slow speed but much faster than the blob. As soon as the bat entered the room, I used Identify on it. Bet. LEL2. Life? Instructions. Kill enough of them for unknown information to become known. With that I followed the same instructions from my first blob. Kill it to survive. I swung my axe and actually chopped off its wing, dropping it to the ground where it still tried to attack me, so I killed it to put it out of its misery and also to protect myself. They act like mindless beasts solely driven by the will to kill Midoriya. Yaoyorozu observed. EXP gained plus 7 EXP. No item dropped. Just then another blob crawled around the corner and I quickly set to killing it, as they are the most difficult since physical attacks don't affect them as much as they do the rats and bats. EXP gained plus 5 EXP. The blob dropped an item. Identify. Spell scroll. Would you like to add spell to your spellbook? Stamina spell added to your spellbook? What does it do? I asked the voice lady. Recharges some stamina over the PRD of 10 seconds while at level 1 spell. Thank you. I replied and got no response. I guess she reacts like an AI and only responds to orders and requests. Poor Midori, stuck alone in a dark, creepy dungeon. Ashido said sadly. Not to mention that everything there tries to kill her. I input, purposefully being the opposite of helpful. Oh, I said before covering my mouth. You didn't hear anything. How bad is it for even you to say oh? Kirishima asked worriedly. I think I made this universe when I was really angry, and that boiled into the universe itself, more specifically Midoriya, though it did affect everybody. I answered, and a few of them shivered in fear. Izuku's POV. Dai you Diamond Trader. Kaken, no Bakugo, screamed at me as he blasted me in the face with his quirk. What do they mean, traitor? Nizu questioned. He was framed as a helper of the LOV, and this is the result. I answered. You betrayed us. Ashido screamed at me while throwing acid on my back. Ashido looked at her hands as they started to shake. Dai Udaman Deku, I never should have dated you in the first place. My Machi said before going up to Bakugo and kissing him, shattering my heart. I love Bakugo, not you, never did. Uraraka started to silently cry. Everybody kept screaming things at me and attacking me, but I was numb to it all. My heart was in so much pain that I didn't even notice Aizawa-sensei or Yamamo come in and stop them. All of 1A was either crying or looking at their hands like they were covered in BLD, except for Yaoyorozu. Why are you helping that demon traitor? Bakugo screamed at them before trying to attack Yamamo. I was up quicker than anyone thought possible with how injured I was. I was in my first stage, so I was healing slowly right in front of their eyes as I held Bakugo by his throat. Gross but cool. Nijire cheered. No one hurts my friends or anyone I care about, understand? I said in a deep growl that made Bakugo whimper in fear. I said, do you understand? Bakugo pissed his pants while nodding his head furiously. I dropped him and he crawled on his back away from me until Kirishima helped him up. I'm sorry to leave you two alone with these villains, but I can't stay here. I said to Yamamo and Aizawa-sensei sadly. I understand, problem child. Aizawa-sensei said, and I spotted a tear in his eye. Stay safe for us, will you? Ah, you do care for your students, Shota. Midnight teased him, but he blankly denied it. Please, stay safe, Mido. Yamamo said, tears streaming down her face. Can I ask you one last favor, Aizawa-sensei? I asked him and he nodded. Try your best to ensure they don't hurt you or Yamamo, and if they do, let me know so that I can deal with them. Will do. After all, I'm the only one that can actually stop you when you actually try your hardest. Aizawa-sensei says with a smirk. I already know what you're going to do, problem child. Kill a couple villains for me, will ya? Are you supporting killing us? Shigaraki screamed. He is, but also isn't. I said with a smile, enjoying Shigaraki's frustration. He just knows that he's powerless to stop him, so he is wishing his student well in his new endeavors. Did you really have to phrase it that way? Todoroki asked me blankly, but I didn't answer him. As you wish, sensei, I said, turning and leaping through a window. I rushed to the dorms and packed all of my stuff and left my hero costume behind. I then busted through the wall instead of taking the time to head back down the stairs before jumping over the wall and out of UA. I was headed straight home to the one person I need to see. Third person POV. Aizawa-sensei, what did you mean when he's trying his hardest? Ida had the ball to talk to him after what he was a part of. You really do have some ball, huh? Aizawa asked coldly. What I meant is that there is a part of Problem Child's quirk he's never used to actually fight before. And what would that be, sir? Jiro asked. His full form, his true werewolf form. Aizawa clarified. He never used it because of the drawback. No matter how hard he tried, he'd never be able to control his urge to kill in that form. So he really is a monster. Bakugo said, laughing still with wet pants. Boom boom boy shouldn't be talking. Toga said with a sinister grin. No, he doesn't have that urge unless he's in that form, and he's never used it to fight before, even when you told him to kill himself in middle school, you demon bully. Aizawa said, causing everybody to gasp in shock, and turned to Bakugo. That's right, Baku Squad, your precious leader is a bully just like the ones you despise and that hurt you in middle school, except he's much worse than them. Aizawa taunted. And it wasn't just Problem Child he picked on and tormented, he did it to everybody he could. No, I don't believe it. Ashido said, shaking her head with tears in her eyes. Bakugo, you're expelled for falsifying evidence and framing a fellow student. Aizawa said, I've also taken the liberty to blacklist you from every hero school in the world by informing them of what you've done. You can't do that, I'm gonna be the #1 hero. Bakugo screamed. I'm gonna be richer and more famous than even All Might. That right there is not a reason to become a hero, you're the reason people like Stain exist in the first place. Aizawa said with a glare. Now, go pack your stuff and get the hell out. Aizawa-sensei Ida started but was interrupted. You should all feel lucky I don't expel all of you except Yaoyorozu. Aizawa said, shutting him and everybody else up instantly. You're worse than every one of you. Aizawa spat in disgust. You'll never make it in the hero world. Those who break the rules are some, but those who abandon their friends and comrades are worse than some. Don't talk to us like that. Todoroki yelled. I have every right to talk to you much worse than this, as you guys have just given barrage to another killer through the death of a true hero. Aizawa said coldly, confusing everybody. Problem Child is going out there to slaughter every villain he sees, and their BLD will be on your hands. How would that be our fault? Bakugo is the one that lied to and manipulated us? Kirishima yelled. Because you betrayed him for a bully, his bully to be precise. Aizawa said with a small chuckle. We'll be lucky if he doesn't follow in Stain's footsteps and become not only a villain killer but also a hero killer. Aizawa said, holding back a laugh full of nothing but pain. After all, who better to judge you as a true or fake hero than somebody betrayed by a bunch of fakes and saved by 2 true heroes? I would welcome him in my crusade. Stain said from the shadows. You'll never get him. Uraraka shouted, hiding her fear as best she could. Aizawa, we've got a problem. Nizu shouted, seemingly terrified. If you're talking about a new villain killer, then I already know. Aizawa said, calming down. How, you haven't even seen the news? Nizu asked, very confused for once. Meet his creators. Aizawa said, pointing at one. They all betrayed him after that one framed him. So you're the reason Toga was just found hung from a lamppost, hung by her spine. Nizu said, surprised, and that terrified everyone but Yaoyorozu and Aizawa. What? Toga screamed, looking like she'd either go more insane or catatonic. Nizu then put a bunch of photos along with the note left behind at the scene. The photos showed a look of absolute fear on Toga's face along with streaks of her hair turning white, and you could see the pain and terror still in her dead eyes, like her soul was still being tortured. Screams were sounded from everybody still paying attention while most of them passed out. The note read, to those who want an explanation for my actions, look to UA as they have the answers. She is my first victim and she won't be my last. To the families of her victims, I'm sorry I didn't do this sooner, as it could have saved more lives. I failed you before I even began. If UA does not tell the truth, I'll leave another note or I'll deliver it straight to a news station, if not sending copies to every station. I'll be watching you, Yua. I know you're reading this note, Nizu. If you lie, I think I'll have to try fried chimera. I heard it tastes pretty good. This note along with the photos left nothing but terror on almost everybody's faces, but tears in Aizawa and Yaoyorozu's, as they both know how much pain he's feeling as he's talked to them about how terrified he is of becoming a killer. You monsters have turned him into everything he feared he'd become because of his quirk. Yaoyorozu said with tears streaming down her face and hatred flaming in her eyes and directed at 1A. How are we the monsters when he's the one killing people and promising to kill more, huh? Bakugo shouted, only to get knocked out by Kirishima's hardened fist. I'm the least manly person alive. Kirishima said quietly, but everybody heard him. A true man stands by his friends and trusts them against all odds. I think I'll have to erase your memories of this one. I said to myself, as nobody else is really here since they're all spaced out, though I don't blame them. What happened? I remember Midoriya in a dungeon, but I feel like something else has happened since then. Nizu said with a groan as he woke up, being the last to wake up. I showed you a universe that broke every last one of you on an unimaginable level. I answered honestly. To repair the damage, I wiped that universe from your minds. Isn't that like a violation of our rights? Yaoyorozu asked curiously, but more alarmed than anything. If we were in Japan or any other country, yeah. I answered honestly. But we're not even on Earth right now. All for One has just told the whole world his quirk and its capabilities on live TV. He's not doing this for much, other than the fact that he has 2 kids hostage. One is Katsuki Bakugo and the other is Izuku Midoriya. Didn't we already see this one? All Might questioned, disappointment towards himself in his voice. Yes and no. This opening is almost exactly the same as the one where Midoriya ends up with an upgraded version of Yaoyorozu's quirk. I answered honestly, getting nods or hums of acknowledgement. Now, before I tell you their locations, I'll give the people some information about them. AFO said to All Might, who couldn't move without risking either child's life. Katsuki Bakugo is a kid with the quirk explosion, and it's pretty self-explanatory. Ever since his quirk formed, he's become quite villainous, if I do say so myself. He attacks other kids he deems weak and gets away with it because of his quirk. On the other hand, we have Izuku Midoriya, an innocent boy who only does right. He's been volunteering since he was 5 despite he himself needing help, seeing as his father abuses him unknown to his mother. His own father, Dragon Breath, beats him for no reason at all. He avoids the cameras as best as he can because he's not volunteering just for the attention. He's quirkless yet already more of a hero than most pro-heroes. Now you have a decision to make, All Might. Bakugo is 5 miles to your left and Izuku is 3 miles to your right. Who will you save? All Might seemed to be ripping himself apart at the decision before turning to the camera. Young Midoriya, if you're seeing this, then I'm sorry. He said with tears in his eyes. I can't let such a strong quirk fall to the side of villainy, even at the cost of a true hero. He really chose the quirked bully over the quirkless boy who helps everybody. You heard it here first, folks. All Might favors the quirk over the person. He abandoned Izuku Midoriya in favor of a monster with a quirk. AFO said with a laugh. You know, the more I see of these universes, the less sure I become that All Might is a true hero. Stain said from his seat in the shadows. Though it becomes clearer and clearer that Deku is a true hero. There was a TV in both rooms, one in Bakugo's and one in Izuku's. Him choosing to save the kid who had attacked him repeatedly over him broke Izuku's spirit. Defo appeared in the room laughing like a maniac at the look on Izuku's face. All right, up you come, the doctor is going to have a fun time with his new test subject. AFO said with a maniacal grin. That was Izuku's life for 5 years. He's now 13 and has been a constant experiment since he was left behind by his favorite hero who he refuses to acknowledge as a hero anymore. It's been failure after failure, painful experiment after painful experiment. Finally, the doctor gave up after the last experiment failed. All for One decided he would try his hand at making a strong quirk by using Izuku as a vessel for them. He started by putting in a strength enhancement one, then coupled with a power booster, and finally a speed enhancement, which all morphed into one big quirk that tied itself to Izuku's DNA, much to AFO's anger and frustration, since that meant he couldn't take it from Izuku. From that day forward, AFO decided that if he couldn't take the quirk from Izuku, he'd then train Izuku and make Izuku his tool. When he saw the backlash, he forced a regeneration quirk on Izuku. A few years later, they threw a terrified girl into his cell. The girl recognized him from both the broadcast several years ago and because Izuku was the one who always made sure she got something to eat at the soup kitchen for the homeless. She also spotted the destroyed look in his once bright eyes despite he himself being quirkless. She couldn't hold herself back and hugged him both to comfort him and herself. As soon as she embraced him, they both broke down. I'm glad he's not alone, though it pains me to see that yet another child will be put through such pain. Nizu said sadly, the normally ever-present joy gone from his voice. Kira, what are you doing here? He asked her. A couple of thugs picked me up and brought me here. She answered, sounding terrified. He's probably gonna do the same thing to you he did to me. Izuku said sadly. He's gonna use you as a vessel to create new quirks to take for himself. How would he do that? She asked, confused and scared. He forces a quirk into your body and then another and another until they combine and make a completely new quirk. Izuku answered. He did that with me for a few years until a quirk was created that tied itself to my DNA. Now he tries to make me his weapon. I tried that years ago. It never worked except with my brother, which was accidental. AFO said thoughtfully. Then again too, I did say that the doctor was gonna have fun. So the boy might be a Nomu with sentient thought unlike the rest. I won't let them break me, I'm Kira Yukimura. She declared. Well then, let's put that to the test, shall we? Shigaraki said, entering the room and grabbing her before dragging her out with Izuku pounding on the door trying to get to her. It took several electric-based quirks for it to finally combine, and when it was done she had a Thunder Kitsune spirit within her that could influence her actions. AFO didn't want a quirk that would influence his actions, so he left it with her and decided to train her into a weapon as well. They trained us in every known martial art and fighting style before moving on to weapons training that ranged from pocket knives to anti-aircraft artillery. They would have escaped when they had access to weapons, but when one was training, the other was always in Shigaraki's grasp. All the training took years, and now they're 15 when Stain joins the league after seeing someone he once called a true hero show corruption. Soon enough he sees the kid All Might called a true hero and knew that he had to get him out of there. Much to Stain's glee, Izuku said he wasn't leaving without knowing that Stain was also getting away, or would at least not be killed for helping them, and he wasn't leaving without Kira. True hero to the death, no matter what. Stain said with a soft smile. It was an honor to be arrested by you, Deku, even if the flaming family beater got the credit for it. What? Nizu questioned, confused. Endeavor beats on his family and the Hero Commission didn't stop him since he makes them a bunch of money. Stain answered. And it wasn't him that arrested me, he would have just killed me or at least tried to. I didn't know more people knew about that, but that situation is being resolved during our time in the real world. Nizu said, getting a look of surprise and a nod out of Stain. Stain was able to come up with a plan that would leave him blameless, seeing as the door was a prison cell door with a keyhole to unlock it. Soon enough Stain was put on guard duty, but he stood closer than the other guards with the reasoning that it's his first time guarding the door, so he doesn't know how far away he was supposed to be. Izuku grabbed Stain and banged his head against the bars until he was out cold before taking the keys from his unconscious body and getting himself and Kira out, and both made a break for it, with Izuku using his quirk to break a hole in the wall before picking Kira up and making a break for it. Soon enough a pro hero tries to stop them, but Izuku screamed that they wouldn't be going back there and kept going, easily outpacing the pro heroes, even All Might, until Eraserhead caught them in his sight. Soon enough they were surrounded by pro heroes. I won't let you take us back to AFO. Izuku screamed before dropping into a fighting stance. Why would you think that? All Might asked, confused as to why this kid thought pro heroes were trying to take them back to a villain. Everyone back off. Nizu ordered. Thank you for joining us on this journey through What If Deku and Others Watches Multiverse. We hope you found it as captivating as we did. A big thank you to JamesGrover for creating such an engaging story. Don't forget to visit their profile on Wattpad for more fantastic works. The link is in the description below. If you enjoyed this video, please give it a thumbs up, share it with your friends, and subscribe to Zen and Fanfics for more intriguing explorations into fanfiction and fantasy. Your support helps us create more content like this, and we love hearing your thoughts and suggestions in the comments section. See you soon in the next video.